Chat. I unmuted just so you could hear the team sound because I know how much you all love it. And so it begins. Are you ready? I hope so. What is going on, chat? It is good to see you. My name is Joppa. If you didn't know, let me go ahead and get my lovely green screen all the way locked in here. One of these days, I think I'm going to just take the green screen down and have more of a room view. We'll see. But right now it's being used as kind of a storage room, kind of a catch-all, and, you know, not as exciting to look at, so we don't have it in view right now. What's going on, everybody? It's good to see you. Hopefully the volume, everything is fine. It changes periodically. It is what it is. Lots of different things. It's the sound gnomes, the sound goblins, whatever you want to call it. But hope you all are doing good on a Monday. It is Monday. Monday. Hope everyone had a good weekend. We actually have kind of a packed little show today. We're going to be taking a quick look at some of the things coming up in the patch this week. The main headline for today is we are starting our second character playthrough series. Now, I know that for those of you that have seen the bumper picture, if you will, about the Necromancer Rises, the question may be being asked, well, are we done with the rogue? And the answer is no, we're not done with the rogue. But I want to get through as many of these classes as I can. I want to be able to do this on as many classes as I can, as quickly as I can, because of how good it is, how helpful it is. And so we really need to get another class rolling. And so I'm going to be trying a few things with this, okay? So for one, I'm going to probably dedicate one live stream a week to the Necromancer and one to the Rogue. So we're doing Necro today. We'll probably be back on the Rogue Wednesday. And I think I'm going to try to do some pre-recorded offline content as well on the Necromancer so that we can continue to chronicle the journey of it. But, you know, it may be that I start streaming more than twice a week. We'll see. And that would free up some more opportunity. But for the meantime, we'll be doing at least one a week on the Necro, one a week on the Rogue. That way we've got two classes in motion. And then maybe some, I'm going to experiment uploading some pre-recorded stuff on YouTube. We'll see how it goes. What sort of rig do I have holding up the green screen? It is literally two tripod stands with a green screen binder clipped to the railing along the top. I am going to be moving my office, my studio, my workstation into a different room soon. And I'm either going to be kind of setting up the room to be a background, or I'm going to be painting the wall behind me in the new room chroma key so that I don't have to have a green sheet hanging behind me every time. Let me see if I can fix that with the... Maybe this will work better with turning my head so you guys don't lose. I have an SM7B. I'm thinking about trying that out. I really like the RE20, the microphone. But man, it is brutal when it comes to like picking up non-direct sound. So we'll see. Hopefully this is better. Yeah, a headset mic. I mean, I could definitely go the USB route, I guess. Then just start developing my headset crease. We'll see. So yeah, we are starting on Necro today. But I did have one other thing I wanted to do. A certain someone messaged me last night someone you might know. And they said, hey, heads up, I made a little video and just wanted you to be aware. And by the way, I'm totally fine if you watch it, react to it on stream. And this person I'm speaking of is RedbeardFlynn. And as you guys all know, Redbeard makes some really good videos. And what I really like about his coverage of MMOs in general, but consistently with Pantheon, is that I think we all know Redbeard as a fan of the project. But at the same time, he's not shy. He doesn't shy away from calling out things that he's concerned about, or things that he's kind of wanting to elevate the volume of, so that we hear it and kind of take it seriously. And so we're gonna start today, not with a compilation of Redbeard's deaths, even though that would be. I hope that exists somewhere. I think that's a video in the making right there. But we're gonna watch this together, and I have intentionally not watched this except for maybe the first 5 seconds when it just loads. But I have read some of the comments, and I can tell from the comments that this video is definitely pushing on some things that I think are important for us to think about. So as you guys watch this, if you haven't seen it yet, be ready for a little bit of discussion to come from it. I don't do a whole lot of React stuff, and so I haven't developed a good rhythm. I'll apologize in advance if I end up pausing too often or whatever. But we'll see how it goes. Before we do kick that off, though, I just want to say thank you to Redbeard for the Prime sub, the 14 months of support. My friend, thank you so much. And to Charlie Pills with the tier 1 and the 4 months of support. Guys, thank you so much. The support matters a lot. Guys, I know streaming is it's a passion. It's something that you do because you love. It also does take a lot of time. It takes, a lot of energy and time to do it well and to do it consistently. And so when you guys support like that, it's just a way of saying, hey, I'm here enjoying the content. And by the way, I really appreciate and support what you're doing. So just in case it's not said enough, thank you so much for that. It does mean a lot, and it goes a long way. And helping the channel grow, which is awesome. You guys have been here and helping this channel grow, the YouTube channel as well, for a long time, many of you, and it's very appreciated. All right. Hold on, let me do a couple of quick little things before we get this rolling. There's that. Close that. And then one more thing. There we go. Oop. Sweet. There it is. Now we're solid. Redbeard, thank you so much, man. That is sick. 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Redbeard. Congrats to those of you who have just had your ads blasted. Enjoy it. All right. Are we ready to take the journey? Here we go. Let's give it a watch, friends.
What is Pantheon Rise of the Fallen missing? The answer is probably a lot, to be completely fair and honest. The game isn't released yet. It's still got a lot of stuff that they need to add. There's races missing. There's classes missing. There's spaces missing. There's just a lot missing. But so what I want to talk about is actually broader topics of things that Pantheon has started and maybe not hit the mark on. Though
I'm going to pause real quick. How's the audio? Turn it up. Okay, hold on.
Those things that I feel like they're missing.
Is that any
At
better?
least in my loud, super obnoxious personal opinion that you can take or leave.
Louder?
First,
Goodness. How do I actually get this louder? Okay, we're max here. Max here. Hold on. We're gonna figure this out. I've got to change my monitor setup here. I do not have. Hold on. I'm gonna rewind it.
to be completely fair and honest, the game isn't released yet. It's still got a lot of stuff that they
Hold
need
on.
to add. There's races missing. There's classes missing. There's spaces missing. There's just a lot missing. But so what I want to talk about is actually broader topics of things that Pantheon has started and maybe not hit the mark on. Those things that I feel like they're missing. At least in my loud, super obnoxious personal opinion that you can take or leave. First is going to be achievable goals beyond leveling. Pantheon in some ways committed to what I think might have been one of
Is that better?
the worst itemization models in MMOs that's covered in a veneer of nostalgia. Classic EverQuest. Now hold on before you bring out the pitchforks, because I'm not talking about EverQuest as a whole. I'm talking about specifically classic EverQuest, the part really before Kunark. Classic EverQuests really defined items not by their goodness or their excitingness, but by their
Is
lack
my
of them.
microphone
You
too
remember
loud now,
golden
or is this
Afridi
okay?
boots and flowing back silk sash, not just because they
Oh,
were
wait, actually now,
powerful,
is this
but because of
okay?
the huge gap between
Microphone
getting
volume?
bronze armor at level 20 and then picking up a flowing black silk sash after hours of farming at level 50. There are differences here, especially early on. EverQuest felt like it had some kind of achievable itemization, like level 1 through 10, for example, working toward getting pieces of patchwork or cloth from
I'm gonna
vendors.
rewind now, because I need to track with this. We'll go right here.
EverQuest.
No, we'll go right here.
Worst itemization
We'll go right here.
opinion that you can take or leave. First is going to be achievable goals beyond leveling. Pantheon in some ways committed to what I think might have been one of the worst itemization models in MMOs that's covered in a veneer of nostalgia. Classic EverQuest. Now hold on before you bring out the pitchforks, because I'm not talking about EverQuest as a whole. I'm talking about specifically classic EverQuest, the part really before Kunark. Classic EverQuests really defined items not by their goodness or their excitingness, but by their lack of them. You remember golden Afridi boots and flowing back silk sash, not just because they were powerful, but because of the huge gap between getting bronze armor at level 20 and then picking up a flowing black silk sash after hours of farming at level 50. There are differences here, especially early on. EverQuest felt like it had some kind of achievable itemization, like level 1 through 10, for example, working toward getting pieces of patchwork or cloth from vendors felt pretty achievable. Bandit armor was a huge upgrade that you could buy from other players who'd crafted it, and it was also achievable. Then there were just these huge gaps in itemization. I always felt like EverQuest found their itemization in Kunark and Velius. I still remember the absolute joy of finding modest upgrades from Ulthork in Eastern Waste or the Rygor camps. Some of it was soloable, some of it you needed a group, but the point was itemization both felt smarter and more plentiful in the second and third expansions of the trilogy of EverQuest that's hailed as the classic era. I think Pantheon right now still lacks that. Outside of grouping, there really isn't much in achievable itemization. Not from vendors, not from enemy drops. They have experimented a little bit with armor drops from orcs that were soloable and groupable, actually making it usable and providing modest gains, and way back early on, crafted armor was pretty damn great before it got kind of nerfed down. But now I think there is just such a huge gap in between gear that it makes progression feel slower than necessary, since both leveling progression and item progression have to work in tandem in a game like this, with one or the other filling gaps between achievements to kind of keep you on that dopamine wheel. That's kind of how these games work. You have to be on this little treadmill of dopamine, and the longer gaps between those little hits of dopamine, while they may make the achievements feel better, and that's kind of something we've wanted from classic MMOs, you do have to have the little tidbits, little snacks in between the meals, or you end up going hungry. I'm not going to sit here and argue for the WoW classic item.
For the record, I do agree with this. I do agree with this. And we've actually, the majority of our last two design meetings, which are probably from week to week my largest, most fattened meetings, are these design meetings that we have. And this is one of the things we've been talking about specifically. And I can go into more detail later. I don't want to do a huge pause in the video here to talk about it, but just want to say I do agree with that take. And it is something that we are including in all of the efforts that we're doing right now to improve quite a bit. So let's keep going.
Itemization, because that was a flood that made every drop just feel useless. Getting 1 to 2 items per level as you were leveling up just made those items feel not really worthwhile. There was no sense of achievement. I'm kind of arguing for more of a middle ground here. I think it's perfectly valid to go 1 to 5 levels without full-on upgrades, but right now it feels much more sparse than that. Itemization itself feels uneven, even broken, with too much focus on the rare spawn and not enough focus on the marginal upgrade. Even something as simple as gear with marginal stats and slightly different appearances goes a long way, and I'll never argue for all gear to be locked behind group-focused content, even in a group-focused MMO. EverQuest had Batfang earrings and bronze armor and cougar claw earrings from solo mobs for good reason. Not everything needed to come from multi-session dungeon crawling. I hope
one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most misrepresented aspects of EverQuest and anything aiming to be a spiritual successor of EverQuest misses how robust not only the solo level progression was and could be in EverQuest, but the kind of itemization and things that were available to you even by yourself in that game. I think we've lost the plot a little bit, and we look at games like Pantheon and similar games that are trying to recapture a lot of that spirit, and we think group-centric, which makes us immediately think grouping only. Like the only way to really efficiently progress, the only way to get anything good is to group. And I would hold up EverQuest and say one of the most group-centric MMOs that has existed, and yet an incredibly robust solo framework, one of the most vibrant, solo self-found type game experiences that exist today in terms of replays and run-throughs. I think we've lost the plot a little bit there, but so I agree.
We also see a better balance between crafting gear and adventure gear in the future too, though that's something that most MMORPGs have struggled with forever. Although I would suggest that a game like EverQuest 2 actually found a pretty decent balance. Now hold on, because I might actually upset you a little bit more here, because I think that these gaps in itemization are actually exacerbated by another decision that Pantheon has made that I think should have been left in the past, and that's the common lands call out and auction system. Now listen, I know that there's a lot of love for this system of just sitting in common lands and calling out and trying to sell things, but there's a cost to doing this, especially as many players have aged out of having time to sit and use auction channels. Inevitably, what this does is it limits the economy of the game to smaller groups of players. Not everything about classic MMOs needs to be exclusionary, and this to me is exclusionary for the sake of exclusion. I know some people will argue that this adds some socializing in the game, but I don't remember a time when I personally across Ultima Online or EverQuest or all these games that did have this, like, you know, talking to each other to make sales, I don't remember having that as a whole social thing. I remember it being annoying. I don't remember making friends or enemies from asking them if I can buy their Batwing Crunchies. I think there's a reason why EverQuest went the Luckland Bazaar route and Ultima Online had NPC vendors and Star Wars Galaxies had NPC vendors pretty fast when they started. In fact, I've actually argued that Pantheon having those kind of NPC vendors or Bazaar-like vendors would be a really great middle ground, even if it had to go with the old EverQuest style of having you have to be online to sell things, but using it as a player vendor and just having places like that where you could have like an actual Bazaar zone, I think would be pretty cool middle ground where you're not having to scan through your OOC chat for hours on end. The next thing that I think Pantheon is currently missing is perhaps the largest one for me: lore.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't do it. Don't do it.
The thing about me and money is, I haven't really focused on it. Squirrel! I'm all about
The game has slowly started to expand its lore bit by bit, but it's still painfully missing as a key feature. It feels more background and afterthought right now, especially early on, as most of the newer things that have been added for perception are in higher level areas. Perception was supposed to be a defining feature of Pantheon.
What am I doing?
I've made videos on the importance of perception. So far, it's simply not. In fact, it feels as much of a background thought as it often did in EverQuest, the lore that is, which is counter to what I believe the original design tenets to be for Pantheon. I think part of this comes from this idea that lore doesn't have to be rare. Like it doesn't have to be everything is big global scanning lore. Lore can be as simple as just gleaning more information on the zone and the inhabitants that are there. It doesn't have to be locked behind group quests and group areas. What drew me to Pantheon was the promise of perception more than anything else, and even as things have improved over the last year, it still feels sorely lacking. Perception pings that feed you the game world, even just for flavor, are not there. There are so many ways to do this, and some they haven't experimented with. There are lore pings in different, like in Avelia, that tell you just like, here's a little lore about the city you're in. There's lore pings as you go through the orc tunnels, but then they stop. They're just gone. It's like one of those things where it just feels like there's just not even remotely enough to make the game feel alive. And I understand that not everyone feels the way that I do. I understand that there's a lot of people that don't play MMORPGs for lore or story. They play them for min-maxing, they play them for completely other reasons. But for me, because Pantheon had made perception a core tenet, that's what my expectation is. I have higher expectations for Pantheon than any other game when it comes to perception pings, lore, feeding you information about the game, and visual storytelling than I do for, say, an EverQuest or a Monsters and Memories, because those have not put this as one of their core things. This is where I feel like the game is the most falling flat, at least for me. We need like dozens upon dozens more perception pings, and we needed them like yesterday. Not everything has to result in some kind of new item or some kind of progression like that. Sometimes just the discovery of things in the world and finding out more about the various inhabitants of the game can be worthwhile in its own. It feels so woefully underutilized right now, and honestly, it makes me kind of sad. One suggestion that I've made that I think would be cool in the past is, as you explore zones, as you learn more about the game and learn more about the world you are inhabiting, that as you enter new zones, you get little zone summaries that tell you some of the key events that have happened there, some of the things you have discovered through your perception pings. It's just something to add to the world feeling more alive. I think I just often feel like in the MMO space, we've gotten so far away from this idea of world lore actually being important. It got replaced often by single player chosen one stories that supplanted the idea of a world actually mattering, because then it just became your solo story, and all of that like storytelling went into that instead of world storytelling. And then other things started to supplant that, like the need to have the best gear, the need to have the best DPS, the need to have the most, up-to-date raids and everything like that. And it feels like there are so many different games that can do things like that. So many different games that can provide those competitive edges, those different little dopamine hits. It's one of the interesting things for me is that an MMORPG has the ability to create a world that actually matters and has lore to it, one that actually inspired me to write. Without the lore of EverQuest, I would not have become an author. And it makes me sad to think that there might be another person like me out there who might not get that inspiration, because so many MMOs have kind of gone away from that visual storytelling, from that world lore. And I kind of thought Pantheon was going to be that MMO to really push it forward as something incredibly important. And so far, it doesn't feel that way. So far, it feels like itemization and challenge and death penalties have all become much more important than the lore. And like I was saying, that makes me sad. But it also might just be...
Oh. What might it be?
Me. This next one, though, I think is an interesting one, and it's actually one that there might be fixing, or should be fixing. The homogeny of NPCs. You see, I've come a long way from defending Pantheon's use of elite NPCs like World of Warcraft and Vanguard to feeling it's become far too restrictive, especially with population fluctuations. I've seen just how keenly that divide between group content and solo content has cut the game in half and broken down the ability to go and do things as solo or small groups, or even as poorly optimized groups. This one, though, is on their radar, kind of like the lore is, but with more dedicated plans. They've actually seen how they're going to homogenize NPCs, at least in the early stages. They have a plan to remove elite NPCs in the future and up the difficulty of what are quote-unquote solo NPCs right now. Obviously, what we've seen needs a lot more refinement, but I hope when this does happen, the game as a whole will feel much more open and accessible than it does currently to the players of all styles, hardcore and not. Basically going away from this World of Warcraft idea of NPC difficulty with designing NPCs to be handled by a group, an optimized group, and just making it a little bit more free-flowing, a little bit more open, the way that EverQuest did. I think seeing it done in Pantheon has really made me reconsider my own positions on this, and I'm glad that they are making this change, even if I railed against this change for a long time. I'm happy to eat crow when I'm wrong, and I feel definitely like I was wrong in supporting the elite NPC and solo NPC thing. But those are my ideas of what the game is missing right now, and I'm curious to hear what you have to say. My name is RedbeardFlynn. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have an absolutely wonderful day, and I will see you all soon.
Well done, Redbeard. Well done. Now, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this a little bit. And let's... Trying to think of where I want to start, guys.
Still remember the absolute joy of finding modest upgrades from Ulthorc and also achievable. Then there were just these huge gaps in itemization. I always felt like EverQuest found their item differences here, especially early huge gap between getting bronze armor at level 20 EverQuest, the part really before Kunark. Classic EverQuests really defined items not by their goodness or their excitingness, but by their lack of them. You remember Golden Afridi boots and flowing back silk sash, not just because they were—
Which I've talked about this before, this notion of scarcity and how EQ had did a really good job with scarcity. However, and this is one of the points that I made recently, to give you an idea of kind of where my head is at in terms of this particular topic. If you think back to EverQuest, you think back to the classes that you played and that you really enjoyed playing. If you're anything like me, even though I loved EverQuest's world and itemization and the whole approach, one of the things that I never really did in EQ, because I couldn't, it didn't grab me, it didn't stick with me, was play a class like a warrior or a rogue to really high level. Because once you got to level, 15, maybe 20, you just stopped getting stuff. And the reason is because you ran out of abilities and skills to get that changed the way you played. And it really became, at that point, once that happened, just kind of this long, indeterminate road of when is the next thing going to happen that makes me actually feel like I've progressed at all? And usually came in the form of a weapon upgrade. But EQ is also highly level driven. And so, you could tell over the course of 10 levels or so, when you go to level 20 to level 30 as a warrior, you're a little bit tankier. Obviously, you got taunt, things like that. But what I enjoyed so much more in EverQuest were playing the classes like the cleric or the necro or the shaman, where it may be a while in between weapon upgrades, but you were constantly getting new spells, every 4 or 5 levels. And those new spells did so much to progress your character and make you feel stronger and like you were developing more and could do more in the world. And if you were anything like me, again, why I tended to shy away from like rogues and warriors in EverQuest was because you didn't have the enjoyment of being able to like hit one of those milestones and then I'm just going to go out in the world and like see what I can do now, because you have this kind of major step forward with these new spells. Again, even without an item upgrade at all. And that's where I keep harkening back to, EverQuest did have this unintentionally, I think, in terms of like an actual design direction, but they had this world where you could go out into the world and really kind of test your mettle relatively freely if you could figure out a way to make it work. And one of the things that I, was kind of sliding across the table in the design meeting recently was an idea to challenge ourselves. And one of the questions I asked was like, guys, like, do you have a problem with somebody being able to solo a boss in Pantheon? Like, do we have an issue with that? And then, of course, the question came back of like, well, are we talking like a raid boss? Are we talking like a major boss? Like something like Nashra? And I think for something like Nashra, for a raid target, obviously not. Obviously, there's something wrong if somebody's soloing a raid target. But for something like a major boss like Nashra, and imagine when we get to the point where these major boss rooms and these raid encounter rooms are instanced, right? If somebody who's playing the right class with the right gear, with a lot of skill and knowledge of their class, comes in and takes down Nashra by themselves, I don't have a problem with that. Because number one, I don't expect it to happen. Like, I don't expect it to be possible. And if it is possible through some kind of learned over time, like, oh my goodness, whatever, I don't don't really have a problem with that, because why would I? And then when you get down into normal like boss NPCs, or just kind of rare named minor bosses, we'll call them minor bosses. This would be things like Hisser the Wretch or Zathir the Foul or Ash Baron, things like that. We were just kind of challenging ourselves with like, when you think about a group-centered game and you think about like these hard lines between what a player can do by themselves and what a player needs a group to do, I think you can walk that line where you start to get really, really far away from what made EverQuest actually special. What gave it its unique kind of imprint and feel, which I honestly think we've done. I think we have walked too far down that line. So that's funny. Sorry, I got distracted by something in chat. Yeah, Lord Smiter, I don't think they set out to make solo content either. And I think that's ultimately what ended up allowing it to be the case. When you make a game and you set out and say, I want to make a group-centric game, and you make a game that therefore to do anything, to progress, to have any kind of incentives, you have to be in a group. That, I think, is something that in the spirit of these games sounds correct. But I think what ends up happening is you end up with, honestly, you end up kind of with what we have right now, which is people that are having a hard time finding groups, people that don't feel much of an incentive outside of a group to kind of be in the world and do anything. Now, granted, there's a big caveat here to say there's horizontal content missing. And that's where, we're going to get into some of the other points of the video. We're going to get into some of the other points that deal with the horizontal aspect of the game and having things, to do outside of that pure vertical progression. But that is ultimately what you end up with. Whereas I can tell you how many times in EQ that, I ended up not being able to find a group for whatever reason, but there were things that I could still go and do in the world. And I'm talking purely combat related. I'm talking purely like something that I was after acquiring. I had options. And, I felt that even on my rogue playthrough recently. Because I'm bearing in mind this kind of suspension of disbelief here, where I know that I'm streaming, I'm the creative director of this game, like I'm not having a hard time finding groups. That is not the experience that most people who come into Pantheon without a static group, without a pre-made, without a guild type thing, who are in weird kind of time zones or have non-standard times of day when they can play, things like that. What do I mean by weird time zones? Who are in time zones that maybe make it challenging to find other people to play with. One of the things I think is missing in Pantheon right now is that kind of freedom of option. And the problem that we've had up till now is solo players. Grouping has not been good enough compared to solo progression, where that's created kind of a weird feeling, and that's not what we're wanting. We want groups to feel incentivized to group, not only because of what it allows them to do more easily, but because they do get a good job, or they do get a good rate of experience comparatively to solo, and I think that's been a little bit off kilter. Last time I logged into Pantheon was like 8 months ago. It's been 4 hours looking for a group. Haven't logged in since. Yeah, I think that's a lot of people's experience right now. So I don't want to wax on too long on this point, but I do want to make it very clear that this group-centric goal that we have is not changing. But I don't think you need to make a game group only or mostly group only to make it group centric. I think that, and again, you don't have to look further than EverQuest to say like that game was very friendly to solo play, and yet it was one of the most group centric games I've ever experienced. And that's because there are lots of different things pulling you into grouping and wanting to group. So we'll leave that there for now. I don't want to get, like I said, enough time on that for now. Let's keep going.
Powerful, but because of the huge gap between getting bronze armor at level 20 and then picking up a flowing black silk sash after hours of farming at level 50. There are differences here, especially early on. EverQuest felt like it had some kind of achievable itemization, like level 1 through 10, for example, working toward getting pieces of patchwork or cloth from vendors felt pretty achievable.
Dude, I just noticed this. I can relate so much to this.
Here, especially early
if this
on,
is your footage, Redbeard, I can relate so much to this. Look at the chat.
Achievable itemization.
Why is
level 1 through 10,
why isn't it working? Why isn't this ability working? Oh, it's because I'm typing it in the chat.
Felt
oh man,
achievable.
Sorry.
Banded armor was a huge upgrade that you could buy from other players who'd crafted it, and it was also achievable.
That's hilarious.
Then there were just these huge gaps.
Wait,
in itemization.
why rip Quaternity? What? What? Yeah, Quaternity is not going anywhere. Quaternity is not going anywhere. Yeah, Gladius, I'm actually doing that today. Hold on, wait. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the... XR said, you said, I think the idea was to lend incentive to the Quaternity mattering. Were you responding to what I was saying, or is this something going on in chat? And again, I want so much to push back on this idea that I see worded in different ways, which is the idea that, call it soloing, call it duoing, call it engaging with the content of the game and the world in untraditional ways. The idea that that is a straight line to grouping not mattering, I am pushing back on that hard. Like, I do not agree with that, because I have experienced the game that proves that that's not the case. It is not true that you can have a robust solo experience. EverQuest, I mean, guys, I sat and camped the Ruby BP on my Necromancer by myself with a full group waiting in line behind me to take my spot. Like, there is a coexistence there of classes and people and player skill that are capable of doing great things, and also groups still forming to do those same things. There's, to me, that's the epitome of like a social game. It's a game where players are free to be social. They're not forced to be social. They are free to be social. And in some ways, the more antisocial players who are like, I really don't feel like grouping with people. I really don't feel like talking in a group. I really, my power fantasy is really more about what can I accomplish as a player on my own. I think that's a very important part of the social dynamic. And I think that can be lost. I think that can easily be lost in the narrative. I don't see soloing as a problem. I don't. Why not just add more solo content instead of changing chevrons? Well, that's changing chevrons really is designed to kind of reshape the landscape of the world to where players are more free. And again, it's not only soloing. Like, I'm including duoing, trios. Like, it's the idea that you don't need a full meta group depending on what it is you're trying to do. Let me give you a great example. And it's really, we're talking about what makes this difficult is remembering the kind of things we talk about internally as a design team versus you guys hearing these things and you're hearing this one piece and you're thinking of it in context of the way that the game is currently, which, yeah, of course. I mean, of course you're going to do that because that's the context that you have. I'm thinking about this in the context of all of the different pieces that are currently in motion that are leading us to these big updates that we have coming. These are things that include the mastery system, things that include changes to experience and the leveling curve and the way that it just falls off into oblivion right now once you hit mid-teens, late teens, early 20s. How rewarded you feel per kill, both in a group and by yourself or with a duo or a trio. Hold on one sec, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Many people solo. Wait. Stop. Twitch. Maybe people solo because they don't have 3+ hours, including finding a group or uninterrupted play session daily as adults with responsibilities and sometimes kids. I think dungeons are too long for the audience of this game. Well, to finish my thought, because it relates to this, another facet of the problem is, I think, honestly, exactly what Redbeard's talking about right here in this video that we watched, and that is the itemization structure. So we go back to how EverQuest was built on this idea of scarcity. The loot was scarce. And that has always been really compelling to me, and one of the reasons why is because it created kind of the foundation for really iconic items. Like, because loot was scarce, you didn't see a bunch of items. And I've often used WoW as kind of a counterpoint example to say, in WoW, because of all of the uncommon items and the green items that I had, it was harder to really see items as being iconic. However, the more that I've thought about that, I still feel that way to an extent, but there are, I think, some important lessons to learn about what they did and why they did, and especially remembering that the blue items and the purple items in the classic WoW era were still very well-known and iconic. So I don't want to get too off track, other than to say I agree that scarcity, well, let me rephrase that. I still believe that scarcity to some extent is important to the degree that it makes sense within the framework of the game. I also agree that the current player experience in Pantheon is extremely vertical, and it is heavily tied to itemization, too heavily tied. Now, we can do that, we can affect that in a couple of ways. And what I mean by that is this idea that, you know, just like I got rip smack, for example, on my rogue, that was an amazing moment. Amazing. And, you know, after like 24, 48 hours after the, yes, D block, there is going to be gameplay on the stream. Yes, sorry. We're doing kind of a reaction segment right now to this video and talking about some pretty important stuff. But yes, we are absolutely getting into some gameplay here soon. Really soon after the excitement of that wore off, it started to be like, okay, well, what's next? What do I do next? You know, what can I go after next? And that was a good thing. Like, that's a good feeling. But the problem is there are so few options right now in Pantheon that you end up having a very linear track of where to go next. And there's not a whole lot of incentive right now to just go out into the world where potential options might be. And one of the things we were talking about in that design meeting was like, you know, I went to Galdassi Ruins on the Rogue the last time in the last stream looking for the Dead Man's Spear when we realized that the camps were taken, and then realized that, you know, Dead Man's Spear really isn't going to be much better than what I already had. What would have been awesome is if either within the context of the group I was in, or if I was a player that wasn't able to get in a full group, that I could go out to the Fairling camps, even as a rogue, if I was high enough level, which I am in this case, or go out to the Morvaki camps, or look for like Razorfang, the named, you know, crocodile, or, you know, having these different places in the zone that I'm not going to be dependent necessarily on a full group to be able to still have options to go out and progress my character. That's a really, really, really important change that we need to make, and it's part of the kind of fundamental improvement that we want to make. The answer is content, yes, but very importantly, it's content that can be enjoyed by a group or can, you know, potentially, depending on your class and your level, be done by yourself or with a duo or a trio. That's the point. That's the point. This does not mean that grouping is any less important or any less valued or any less at the center of the experience that we're trying to build. It just means that there needs to be more options in the game for progression and for players to be able to make ways for themselves in the world that don't revolve around sitting and waiting for a full group to form. Now, what else was I going to say? I was going to say something else. Is perception going to be abandoned? Absolutely not. No. And I'm going to talk about that here in just a sec too. There are bonuses to XP for full groups. That's part of what we're kind of recalibrating, is to make sure that the experience feels good for a solo player, for the amount of effort and resource they have to spend in, you know, a single fight, the recovery time that they need to do, and how much experience they gain for that effort. It should feel good for a solo player, and it should feel really good for a group as well. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Like, it has to suck for solo players and feel good for groups. It should feel good for both. Now, there needs to be balance there where the solo player, even though it feels good for them, it should be balanced with how quickly they can kill things, how long it takes for them to recover, that whole paradigm. It needs to feel good there, and it also needs to feel good for groups. So there's no like, I should do this over this. And if we hit the sweet spot, it's going to be, I'm happy to solo for experience because it feels pretty good, feels pretty darn good. But man, if I can get in a group, if I can get in a good group, that's the best. That's how it should feel. There were plenty of times that I was soloing in EverQuest very, very successfully, very well. Got a someone asked me, hey, do you want to join a group, in this place or that place or whatever? I'm like, absolutely yes, because I knew if my focus was on leveling, I'm going to do that a lot faster in a group. But that doesn't mean that the leveling solo felt bad, Mob density is absolutely a big part of it. And yes. And we're going to be talking about that in more detail soon. The quaternity, mob density, the need for CC, things like AoE spells, and some of the plans we have for like swarmer NPCs to really leverage them much more than we are now. There's going to be more detail coming on some of that stuff. The last thing I want to say, because we've been at this for a while, and this is a fantastic video, which is why it's spawned so many good discussions. What's my opinion on boxing more than one character? I do not like boxing. I understand the draw to it. My preference, what I would like for us to do, and this is not a commentary on what we will do, because we have not made a final decision on this. What I would like to see, however, is servers that have a rule set for boxing, so that if you want to box characters, these are the servers that you do that on. And players who enjoy doing that can do that there. And then have a true box, as they call it, or a single box server be kind of the norm rule set where boxing is not allowed. And you've got one player playing one character. Yeah. I mean, like I said, this is why we haven't made a decision yet, because there's differences of opinion on how we're going to do this. But I will say this, and you can hear it in the feedback that exists right now. When you play a game and you consistently run across people who box characters, it's not a good feeling, at least in my opinion. It has an effect on the world feel. And when it's not addressed, when it's not like actually called out as something that we want to address, then it just kind of it's just kind of rampant. Because again, it plays to the fact that it's so funny, because this line that you walk when you're trying to develop and design and imagine a modern, classically inspired game, there are these weird tensions of like, we want grouping to matter, we want it to be social, and yet I want to box all these characters. That removes my need to like, rely on other people. But the problem is, when you can successfully box, 2, 3, 4 characters at a time or more, then it's no longer about soloing and what kind of soloing you can do in the world and how creative you can be and how skilled you can be at your class to pull certain things off. It's now about soloing via kind of a mini group unto yourself. So I just have very strong and somewhat mixed feelings about it, but I do feel pretty strongly that it has an effect on the feeling of playing the game, when you don't know if somebody's really there or not, like, or you feel like you join a group and You join a 4-person group, and 3 of the people in the group are 1 person playing 3 characters, kind of thing. Yeah, I understand that true boxing was a bane for the EQ TLP servers, but I have to consider what the difference is between a brand new game like Pantheon and the effect it would have versus a game like EQ. As much as I absolutely love it, as much as I adore EverQuest, it's different because it's so old and so solved and so known, and people playing on it have just a different mindset. And so I can say it doesn't surprise me that hurt EQ TLP, and in the same breath say I don't know that means it bodes the same for a new game launching like Pantheon. Let's talk about the lore real quick. And I'm not going to say a whole lot about this right now because it's a big topic and we got other things we need to get to. And we will talk about it more. There will be good opportunities for us to talk about it more. But what I want to say about lore is this. One of the things that we need to improve, and I'm agreeing with Redbeard on this, and I agree with, there's a lot of sentiment, where the game feels too shallow right now. There's not enough depth. There's not enough glimpses into the world and the lore and, all the things that have been mentioned. I agree with it. The main thing that I feel like the game currently struggles with is a big word called verisimilitude. Okay? Now listen up, class, because we're going to talk about verisimilitude for a second. Here we go. We're going to pull up a definition. Here we go. Verisimilitude, very simply, is a big word. That means the appearance of being true or real. The appearance of being true or real. Verisimilitude. It's a great word to have in your vocabulary. Being believable. Having the appearance of being real. Now, as many of you know, we are about to release the Wild Bloods. But already, there's quite a bit of work that has been done and is being done, and increasingly so as we move on from Wild Bloods with it releasing on Badia Dakara. And before we start pouring in, all of the perception stuff, perception pings, perception mechanics, certainly, before we get into things like progression in the perception system and being a keeper and all that stuff, the bestiaries and things, we need, and what I've kind of been calling us to as a design team, specifically with Badia Dakara, is we need to hit our gold standard of verisimilitude. When Badia Dakara releases, you need to feel like, even without doing a single quest or without a single perception ping, you need to go through the areas that we are making in Badia Dakara and feel like it is a real, believable place. And I've seen a few people mention in the chat as we were watching the video and discussing it since then, people saying, I thought, I know perception's still part of the plan, and I've just been thinking that it's been a resource constraint, and they haven't been able to do as much with it as they want because resources, and that's true. That is absolutely true. The other side of that is, as we're constantly working on developing new areas and getting things out, and whether it was seasons or the time before that, whether even right now, with those resource constraints comes a desire to get quests and as much content as we can that players can interact with, things that they can demonstrably do in time for each of these releases. And what that's done is it's taken time away from building the verisimilitude of an area. And I would argue that one of the things that made EverQuest so special and so successful in that area is not how many quests there were. And it certainly wasn't something like Perception because it didn't exist. It was the fact that you went into these areas and they felt real. The characters, the world, the setting, the interactions, they felt real. And that is what our focus is right now. Once that gold standard is achieved, the goal from there is to, we then have a backlog of considerations, to bring these other areas that have come before up to that standard. But that is going to provide a much cleaner, clearer, better landscape for us to start incorporating perception and quest content onto that layer. So, yeah, I don't disagree with that. Just let me play. But I think we can achieve something much, much better than what we have currently. And I think that just comes from a slightly different focus. Where the focus is not on individual quests or large quests or even so much perception system content or things like that. The focus really is on, let's make sure the verisimilitude of this area is top notch. It is as we intend it to be, so that when you go into Vadia Dakara, when you go into Detihana, or you visit Kosa Ul or any of these places, Kosa Minor, that you leave with an imprint of what this thing is in the world and the characters that are there and their place, and you believe it. So it's kind of an abstract response to that side of it. To make it a little bit more concrete, I would say I agree with the criticism. Perception system is absolutely still part of the DNA of this game, and one of the things that is meant to and will set it apart. And we're going to be fleshing out the foundation that I think is going to really kind of set the stage for you guys, as to how what I just said is true, and what foundation we're going to be able to build on top of. So we'll say more about it soon. Lore doesn't have to come from a quest or something. Sometimes it come from random NPC. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Bad Run and Ash Breathers did that for you. BRK not so much. Yeah, it's good. Nice. FGC, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, Osmodeus, let's just make sure we're talking about the same thing. You say you don't play games for realism. What I'm talking about here is not realism. It's the world feeling believable. And you feeling like you exist in it. If that makes sense. More NPCs talking and say, let us know. Yeah, and on that note right there, we've got some an example of one of the things that's coming to help with that. I'm going to go ahead. Redbeard, thank you so much for this video, man. Well done. I'm going to go ahead and start transitioning us. But we have just somewhat recently finished a couple of animations designed for NPC interaction. And these are kind of gesticulation, emote, conversating, where it looks like they're having a conversation and dialoguing back and forth. And we have some for delivering speech. We have some for listening and hearing that. we're looking at things like animations for sitting down in chairs. These are things that are coming. And like I've been saying, we're seeing the start of a snowball. And it's going to just keep reinforcing itself. And I want you to think about that. Remember that I said this, okay? Like in the coming weeks and months, remember that I said this. The snowball is real. It's rolling. And every time you hear an update or an announcement or see some, new thing, just remember that. This is all part of a building, rolling situation, if you will. And so when I talk about verisimilitude and I talk about, how we are very now focused. So I just want to repeat that as well. We are focused on the areas we are moving into. And so Wild Bloods, Body of Dakara coming next. There is going to be a time when we have some of this backlog that we need to do to take these things that we're establishing and succeeding in realizing and incorporate them into the content that already exists. So that's going to happen. But watch what we're doing in the new stuff. Take note of the standards that we're setting in the new stuff as we go forward. Let's see. Yeah. Having NPCs. And we're talking a lot about when we do have quests and things like that, how to make that more obvious to players. Instead of needing to run around and talk to everybody point blank, how to make it more clear that NPCs have something to say to you, or have a quest that they. I think there's a way to do that and still achieve our goal of not having mini maps and not having these linear kind of paths and whatnot. The question about dungeon length. Yeah, we have a beckon animation that we've done. We have actually, hold on, let me see if I can find these. Hold on. I found one, but that's not the one that I wanted. Okay. I'm not gonna do this right now. I'm gonna find it, and maybe on Wednesday we can look at them. But anyway, conversating, beckoning, things like that, so that if you come in range of an NPC and you have, you've done something, or you're at a point where you could get a quest from an NPC, ways for them to let you know that would be really good. Okay, dungeon length. Vornia says, please continue with the topic on dungeon duration being too long for this game's audience. You were going to comment on that. So we've always said that the goal with Pantheon is a core kind of play session of 2 to 3 hours. That in 2 to 3 hours, like this is really loud. In 2 to 3 hours, we would want you to be able to. Let me turn this down. Hold on. Boop, 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 boop. Synlytic, I have not yet. I'm hoping to do that as soon as they hit their EA, I guess it is. Let me just trying to load down for. Okay. The dungeon length, we've tried to keep it to a 2 to 3 hour time frame, right? That's our core. And what that means is not, doing a dungeon in Pantheon is not getting to start to finish. It's doing as much as you can, in that time frame. And that could mean that your goal is to make it as deep as you can. That could mean that the goal is to, like I've been doing for the rip smack, which is like, I know it drops from this guy. So my goal is to get in here and focus on killing that until I get it. And that can be as long as I want it to be. Doesn't mean I'm going to get it. Doesn't mean that I'm going to succeed in getting what I'm there for, but I'm free to come and go within that time frame. So by not doing instance dungeons where you have a defined starting point and ending point to say it will take you this long to complete this content, it's really more open. It's more fluid. You can spend as much time doing it as you want or as little time doing it as you want. So that's now what I was saying earlier about, a group-centric game not forcing grouping. A lot of the time right now, for example, if you don't have a lot of time to play, a lot of time is still spent waiting for a group, traveling to the location where the group is. We don't yet, have some of our quality of life planned things in play where to help groups kind of get everybody going or recover from a wipe or things like that. We've talked about that plenty. But that definitely eats into the overall time frame. And for players that don't have a lot of time, like maybe they do have 2 to 3 hours normally, but on this occasion they only have an hour or 30 minutes. These changes that I'm talking about are going to go a long way towards helping those players have more that they can do. So I think it's still too early to say that we're not going to hit that mark and that the game is not going to be able to support like multiple different play times being viable. I think it will. I think it will certainly will a whole lot more than it is doing right now. So, yeah. That is my answer on that. Turin, we are not doing instance dungeons. We're not doing instance dungeons. The only instance thing I've talked about is for major boss rooms, the rooms that the major boss encounters take place in themselves, and for raid encounters. But the dungeons and even the raid dungeons are not instanced. Okay, that's a really, really important distinction. Hey, Lurk Away Flourishing, thank you for being here. Kids about home from school. Hope the stream goes well. Yeah. It is going well. All right. Isn't the instance only to enable mechanics for those encounters? In some cases, it does help a lot with that. In some cases, it helps a lot with that. But it's also for the purpose of being able to facilitate more kind of that 2 to 3 hour core window that we've talked about. Yeah. All right, so we can keep talking about some of these things, but I'm on the dev server right now, and I just want to show you guys a couple of quick things, starting with swimming. Now, as you guys know, with Body of Dakara, we're doing a lot of work on these different island-based areas and content coming up. And part of that is making sure that the swimming and the underwater content is improved, we'll say. Improved. So what I'm going to show you here, the reason I'm showing you this right now is because as we're doing this work and these improvements, you know, these things are coming out into builds, and therefore this is going to be part of the build that comes out on Wednesday, and you guys will get to experience this for yourselves. But keep in mind, this is still very much in progress. Okay, this is not the finished improvements to swimming. This is just kind of a snapshot of where it is at the moment. These graphics remind me of Roblox. Okay. Nice. This game looks just like Tetris. Why are you playing Pong? Yeah. This game looks like Pac-Man. This game looks like a 90s Tamagotchi. Part of what's still in development here is obviously the some of the visualization of the character as it relates to the water. But the first thing I want you to see is watch the character. What do you see the character doing? Yeah, what? Do you see it moving with the waves? That's a little detail, but it's sick. It's sick. Hear that audio transition? Now, currently in the game, you want to swim down or swim up, you can, but it wasn't quite, you know, the way we wanted it to be in terms of the control and the look and feel. So now you'll notice when you swim down, you actually orient downwards, right? So you hit the bottom, and then when you swim up, you actually orient upwards, which is amazing. Oh, yeah. We haven't really done a whole lot with like spell casting underwater yet. It just kind of looks like normal. Like the legs don't, you know, he's not still kicking his legs or anything. But they will. Basically, for a lot of the underwater animations, you can imagine the lower body kind of, you know, treading water and doing the swimming while the upper body does whatever it needs to do. But there's still a lot of animations to come to capture, you know, swimming side to side, drowning, underwater death, things like that. But yeah, you can cast, you know, your spells underwater, and soon, you know, NPCs will be able to function properly underwater as well, and combat will feel much more natural like it does on land. But these changes to swimming are coming in to the patch on Wednesday, so you guys will be able to test them out yourself. You can kind of feel out what swimming is going to be like. There is a little bit of drag with the swimming. So like when I stop swimming or when I want to start swimming, It's not immediate, but it does not affect your spell casting. Okay, so like if I stop moving and then start casting, I'm going to be able to cast. In the same way, if I start casting and then I move, it's immediately going to recognize that. So there's not going to be any interruption or delay or anything like that with your underwater spell casting, and it'll all look a lot more natural as more of the animations make their way in. But it is a huge improvement to the feel of swimming in the game, how good it feels to kind of get in the water and move around, all those kinds of things. Plus the fact that, you're kind of moving with the waves you have to experience it. It's a really cool feeling. Really cool feeling. Oh, and it's also, you can swim. Honestly, I don't remember what the current feeling is or how it works currently in the game, but you can swim very smoothly and easily against inclined surfaces. Like you don't get hung, you don't get stuck. You kind of, you glide up it really nicely. Again, there's any kind of jerkiness or like hitching in the animations is stuff that we'll clean up. But the fact that it is just completely unimpeded movement, a nice seamless transition into swimming and coming out of swimming and things like that. It feels really good. We have keybinds for swim up and swim down. I know the spacebar is swim up. What is swim down though? It's a good question. Let me try that. So oh, you can sit in the water. There you go. That's fun. I don't ever use like keybinded movement for up and down. I always use like hold right click and kind of move that way. So I haven't actually tried just. It's probably going to be whatever it is with like the ranger pet. Ryan, we have an internal target for that, but we haven't announced it yet. Baba Jolie, we actually just announced one of the plans that we have for that is to merge, do a server merge, and we're going to be announcing the details of that, the specific details of that today, actually. It's usually crouch to like control or C. This game doesn't have a crouch function. Yeah. Oh, the details are out? Sick. Oh, yes they are. Here we go. On Wednesday, November 19th at 11 a.m. Pacific, all servers will be coming down for a patch. During this downtime, we will also be merging some servers. Veil of Azarus and Black Moon will be merging into Stormona. Osari will be merging into Havensong. No level 1 characters will be moved. When server mergers happen, duplicate character names will be appended with either a number or an X, or multiple X's depending on how many of that character name exist. The good news is each character can be renamed once using the new /rename command. Simply type /rename followed by the new name. If the command fails due to a name already in use, it will not count as your single-use allowance per character. If you run into any issues, please open a support ticket at support.pantheon.com/open.php. There you have it. Now, while you guys chew on that, I need to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, and we will keep a going. Get in the water here so we can have so nice. All right, be right back. We're back. A beef stick. Had to pick one up. Hungry. Give me one sec, chat. That was a good idea, Glorf. Sorry, guys. I needed to eat something. I try not to eat on stream, but I needed to. All right. We got to do it one more time, though. We got to go underwater. Here we go. Are you hearing it? What's up, Nicodemus? Hey, Slay, I'm good to see you. Good to see you. I love it. Love it. Okay. Now, last thing we want to do before we switch over to the Necromancer. Let me. Okay. So we wanted to talk a little bit about the wizard. We've got some pretty large wizard updates coming in on Wednesday. So I'm just going to give some highlights. Overall, there are 18 new direct damage spells being added to the wizard class that go up to level 50. The wizard is going to be packing some pretty ridiculous heat coming this next patch. Remember, and keep this very much in mind, with the change coming up of removing chevrons, unifying NPCs, and bringing with the removal of solo NPCs, think of it more like solo and chevron being combined into a single type, and that single type being really close, to what chevrons are now. What that means is the different firepower, or the various, kind of firepower that classes have, will, as we make changes right now to the wizard, summoner coming up, any other class changes that, make their way into these patches, it's with that change in mind and that ultimate balance. So yes, that means that Wizards are going to be a little cracked when brought to bear on the current world as it is before those updates and changes. So just please keep that in mind. It's not, in other words, don't come Wednesday be like, oh my goodness, Wizards, they're so OP. They are going to be a little OP. They're going to be a little OP, and we know it. And it is what it is for now. But yeah, 18 new direct damage spells coming through level 50. Focus cost has been normalized. There's going to be 6 new channeled direct damage spells that restore mana on tick. There's 6 new wave or multi-strike direct damage spells that restore focus on the last wave. And then 6 new AoE spells that have been added. And those AoE spells, while currently may feel a little like, what? Why? If you caught it earlier, I did reference that we have big plans for the Swarmer type NPCs. And what I mean by Swarmers, if you don't know what I'm referring to, that's like the Nightingales, for example, in Mad Run, where they'll spawn, 2 or 3 small spiders. Imagine, more things like that, and then in some cases, many more being spawned at once. And so that's a big area where AoE spells are going to be very important to deal with those kinds of things. So yeah, happy return to some AoE spells and some very important reasons why they're going to exist in terms of, navigating certain areas. Now, very important. Starting scrolls have been updated for the wizard. You will want to, on Wednesday, if you are a wizard and you are a non-level 1 wizard, non-new wizard, you are going to go to the spell vendor immediately. Most of your existing spells have been removed. Okay? Most of them have been removed. All new spells have had their prices reduced significantly for this period of time to allow you to easily get all of the new spells that you're going to have to take the place of the ones that have been removed or changed. So go to the spell vendor immediately on Wednesday to buy all the new spells, get them scribed, so you can get rolling. Familiars have taken their proper form, my friends. The day has come. The day has come. And I don't have it in my book. Good. Oh, maybe I did. Gotta hurry, the server's going down. Oh my! There it is. The Fire Familiar. The lower level Fire Familiar, this one, might not be as cool as its upgraded version. Just saying. Arcane Chords is now a spell line with multiple ranks. Cold Snap has had its focus cost removed. Phoenix Fire has changed from a focus cost to a cooldown. These are some of the things that you can expect when Wednesday comes along. And there's many more. I'm not going to read to you every single line of the patch notes here, but there's a lot to look forward to. Now, I did want to leave you with one thing. Because what is a wizard update? What is talking about a wizard update without some form of boom, 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 boom? So here's what we're going to do. Let's see. Which one do we want to use? Which one do we want to use? We're going to go set level to 50. And give us about, I don't know, 50 intellect, 50 wisdom. Okay. I was going to do dex and strength. I don't know. Oh. While we wait on this. Hold on, actually. Let me make sure. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Okay. Dev server will be back up shortly. In the meantime, I did ask Mark Fusoya to give me a little snippet on, what can I tell our wizards, what to expect. So wizards, listen with your wizardly ears, okay? Listen with your wizardly ears to what I'm about to tell you. Are you ready? Say yes out loud in your room or wherever you are if you're ready so I can hear you. Very good. The primary loop. He says the primary loop for the wizard with these updates, the class updates, is that you'll be using your 3 focus cost abilities for big damage. Okay? That's where you're going to get your big damage. Then you'll be using either the focus regen or the mana regen skills within a 20-second window-ish to replenish those resources. The stances at level 25 increase focus recovery. The familiars provide penetration and bonus damage. The technique is now a casted ability you can cast repeatedly, but will cut into your mana regen. And then, of course, I want to show you guys what I'm about to show you here. No, not that. No, stop. Maybe if I rapidly click on it, it'll pop back up, huh? They're spell school specific, Corey, yeah. So if you're rocking fire damage, if you're leading into fire, you'll want to have your fire familiar out. My level 10 wizard is ready. Yes. Yes, indeed. All right. We're going to try this a different way. 1 second. Uno momento. Uno momento. I think you guys are in for a treat. I can tell you that much right now. I think you are in for a serious treat. And then summoners will be next. And it will be their turn for a serious treat. Okay. Are Necro changes out? No. No. The Necro news is I'm going to be doing the Necromancer on my, as kind of a playthrough like I've been doing with the Rogue. And we'll be kind of taking a look at the class together like we've been doing with the Rogue and some of the other ones before that. But right now we're getting Wizard changes out and then Summoner after that. And then we'll be doing Necro. And Enchanter. Of course I will, Glorf. Of course I will. What are you talking about? Huh? I never miss a CC beat. I never miss a beat. Loot, still no map yet. It is planned, though. All right, let me try this now. How do I feel about Rangers currently? I've played 1 to 16 and love it so far, just missing a few animations to make it stand out. I mean, Rangers are in a really good spot currently in terms of their DPS output, and yeah, there's definitely some animation things, some things with the bow and the arrow that need to be fixed with draw and engage. But there's also a couple of refinements to, like, you know, momentum right now is not really functioning like it should. It's not a very compelling resource. There's a couple of abilities that are a little busted on the range right now that are resulting in some higher DPS output than is intended. But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, they're in a good spot. They just need some more love. They need a little bit more fleshing out with their, like, druidic magic and their beckons and A couple of other bells and whistles. Bells and whistles. Okay. Almost ready. Almost. Hey, what's up, Snock? Was wondering why the Whispering Lands server wasn't merged with any other servers. That is a question for our tech team. And probably something we can get clarification on, but I don't have an answer for it right this second. All right. We're back. We're back. The question that was asked earlier about the familiar, by the way, here's the description of the fire familiar. Increases outgoing fire damage, causes all spells. So little clarification of what I said, causes all spells to bypass a portion of enemy resistance. So it does have a spell-wide effect, but also has its primary effect based on the type of familiar it is. Another thing that you guys are probably going to notice is some changes in the skill mapping for your spells. And this is going to be happening across the board with the various classes as we move along, because it is in anticipation for the mastery system. So it's just something to be aware of. You'll see some changes in the skill mapping, and just know that that is intended. And it will make more sense later. Okay. Let's do... Let's try Shatter Shock. Actually... Wait a second. Let me set my stats again. Something like that will be fine. Okay. Here we go. I mean, did that even register? Like, that barely registered. That was barely anything. 50 intellect, 50 wisdom, 30 agility, strength, and dex. Woo! Level 50. Listen, like I said, I just wanted to give you guys some boom boom. That is Molthrane's Storm Arrow. That is the level 50 shock direct damage. Tell me what mob you want me to use it on, Kuros. Let's head to Silent Plains. Sorry, it's choppy. I'm doing this in engine right now, so don't get the goodness of the smooth client. Let's just find any old thing will be good. Green. No, I'm not going to do it on Wild Blood. No, no, no. Clever. Tricky. Tricksy. I just do it on like a light blue maybe in here. I don't know. Too high level. We can head to, yeah, let's head to the Scorched Trenches. Smoldering Trenches. I always say that wrong. I mean, I can just set all my stats to like 25 or something if you guys would rather me do that. Just so it's, you know, fine with that. Here's the stats that I have. Oh, well, they stripped anyway because I zoned. You tell me. What stats do you want me to put on here? We're just going to do... We'll go 50 int and 40 wisdom. Just only do those two. Okay. Oh, I lost my level. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Guys, hold on a second. My skills. All right. Now. Yeah, nobody saw anything. It's fine. Whew. Oh my goodness. The shader loading. Let me get my familiar out as well. I'm only going to use the lower level one though. I guess we can go immortal as well. Casgul, nice. Use it on an NPC guard at the bridge for all those times they didn't save someone from skellies. That's a good idea, actually. If I was able to declare war on that faction right now, I would. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah. 755 damage. That's a lot more damage. Ooh. That was one of the big goals, and it continues to be the goal for the wizard. We want, when you play a wizard and you DPS as a wizard, it's all about the chunk, right? The chunk. It is all about
the chunk.
You want to see that health go. Wait. And that's without, you know, because keep in mind too, like itemization wise, we don't have the itemization in yet for things like plus spell damage. So if you are a shock focused wizard and that's kind of one of your main damage lines, I know typically wizards are kind of using two, like fire and shock or like cold and shock or whatever. If shock is one of the ones you're really leaning into, having a lot of gear that has plus shock damage, things like that will be able to drive that even further up, not to mention, you know, how mastery will play a role and things like that. So this again is kind of your very most baseline, which I think is awesome to see. It's really, really, really good. I want to do one more actually with Aggron, and this time and just see like how much we can, what we can get off before he even gets to us. Oh yeah. Totally out of shock focus though. Pretty good. I know I should have rooted him. Man. Hold on. Okay, say. I'll check it. Hold on. Oh, I see. Yeah, but see, it's tough because, yes, what you sent me is obviously very indicative of what someone might be able to find right now. But, you know, part of all these updates and things we're working on also involves itemization and kind of how possible it is to find itemization that matches more of kind of what you're going for. As opposed to right now where you're very, very limited, like we were talking about earlier. Let's see. All right, let's try it again. Let me start by turning my aggro back on. This old familiar loop we're all used to by now, right? Aggro on. Yeah, I appreciate it, Say. I do. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's actually walk it down. So, set stat. I don't know, let's do like, what? Intellect's probably fine. Let's do wisdom, I don't know, like 25. It's agility for shock, I believe. Yeah. 20 or something like that. Okay. Let's try it again. Which servers are merging where? Yeah. We've got, let me pull the announcement again. So this Wednesday, the 19th, we've got Veil of Azurus and Black Moon are merging with Stormona, and Osari is merging with Havensong. All right, here we go. Can you guys hear the game okay, by the way? Let's pull them back a little bit. Root. There we Let's... No game sound at all. What? Serious? Roosery, there with the patch, Roosery, with the patch, there is going to be a new command, which is /rename. /rename. So when the time comes in chat, you will type, like you see right here on my screen. Hold on, let me move my window. So you'll type /rename space. And then, Joppalicious, and hit enter, and that'll be your new name. If someone has already picked that name, then it won't count toward. You get one use of this, but if you pick a name and someone already has it, you'll just have to do it again. But you can rename yourself that way. Yes, indeed. All right, let's try this again. Here we go. Surely this will work perfectly as intended this time, with no unforeseen issues, or it'll just be a very clean demonstration. Oh, this must be... There it is. That was the issue. That was the issue. Thank you, Sai. You know what? Let's just spawn a Cinderfolk out here. Here we go. Get a little... There we go. All right. Sorry the sound's so low. That was a juicy crit. Root is still super brittle. We haven't updated that yet, I guess. Ow. We're dead. We would have been dead. Woo. Well, I hope what this demonstrates, and we're going to do it one more time, because yes, my head was in the way of you guys seeing the activity. So we're going to do this one more time. So here's me, here's these things. I guess I don't need to move that, huh? I guess I don't need to move it all the way up there either. Let's do it right here. Right there. Okay. We're going to run it one more time. And hopefully this will demonstrate to you the power that is coming your way. As someone that I don't play the wizard, so bear in mind, like, you're talking base base level here. Base level. Summoners are next, Der Patzer. Summoners are next. What level's the character? This is a level 50 wizard right now. Yeah. Just gonna wait till I've got full focus. I'm not using tools like Cold Snap. I'm not using the new focus regeneration line. So I'm wanting to show you guys kind of a very simple outline of the changes. I'm really excited for you guys to get in here and kind of fully test it all out, because there's a lot of new tools in the kit and ways that the abilities function that are going to serve, you know, that purpose specifically. All right, here we go. Wait. Why would he be immune? Acrobatic? Is that what that is? Immune to root effects. I forgot. Should have just read it. Brutal. Brutal. That's fine. I don't care. I don't care about that. Here we go. For real this time? Just want to demonstrate something. Oh my goodness. I can't wait till we clean these traits up. Goodness gracious. Can I just... All right, whatever. We're going with this. Whatever. Whatever. I've got a Necro to get to. Ah. Oh. It is. Okay. Yeah, I circled back through it until he wasn't immune to root. Well, just let me play. I think so. The root spell. I've been harping on root a lot as something that is going to need to come up in its potency a little bit. In terms of how long it lasts and how easy it is to break, to give wizards more of a chance to sit down and meditate a little bit. But again, I'm not showcasing any of the abilities here also that aid with regenerating some focus and mana. So there's quite a few interesting tools that you guys will have here to play with. And when we talk about the upcoming changes in NPCs and giving players a little bit more of a kit capable of handling more challenging NPCs, this is some of what we're talking about. Obviously, I'm level 50. This thing was level 36, 38, somewhere around there. So pretty big level gap, but that's part of the picture anyway, is that the higher level you are, the more options you have potentially. WeGraph, that was a Chevron NPC. That was a group NPC. The fourth root is before diminishing returns falls off. The fourth root is what would be blocked. Yeah, WeGraph, I don't think that's currently possible for a level 50 wizard to do. So that's part of why it's significant, but it's also showcasing some of the wizard changes. I'm not showing a whole lot because I'm going to save it for Wednesday, just a couple days, and then you guys can explore it for yourself. But that's the main thing we're doing now. But what we're actually doing now is starting a new journey on the Necromancer. Oh, my sweet Christmas. I'm ready. So ready. Let me get it fired up. Fired up. Yeah. It was a long stream today. 2 hours of a lot of stuff to do before we got to the Necro. So those of you that are here excited for the Necro, thank you for being patient. But now it's time. Now, before we make this, I need to figure out why it's still really quiet. It's still really quiet for you guys, isn't it? Is that better? Well, we'll see when we get into the game. You came here to see if I saw your team's message. Convo. Hold on. I have not. That's a lot to respond to, man. I don't know that I have the mental bandwidth to respond to that. It's a very complicated, complex question. So here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're going Dark Myr. We're going Dark Myr. And I am going to name this character after my friend's character who got me into EverQuest. This is the guy that told me about EverQuest before I knew what EverQuest was. This was the guy that I would sit around in our computer class in high school and look up EverQuest. And he started spinning these tales for me of this game that was a living, persistent online world with other real people, other real players, and took me to Caster's Realm for the first time. And I just started feasting on the classes and the races and the world and everything, and I couldn't even conceive of this idea that there was a game like this. Guy I would punch in the face if I ever entered him again. No, I would absolutely not. The name. Well, actually, just so somebody doesn't steal it from me, let me finish everything I'm doing here. Because I would not put it past one of you to be hovering over the create button. We're going slick back here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Stats. What are we doing for stats? I was thinking going int and dex. But I've got 9 int already. So, do I really want to go more int? Do I want to go wisdom? Do I want to keep riding int up? Go 11? 11 int is some int. Okay. I didn't need much convincing, but I think you guys have pushed me over the edge. +2 to int. All right, that's what we're doing. The name. Rabican. Rabican. Does the game sound louder to you guys now? Sound better? See? See? Do you see? What's going on, Rabican T? Or Rabicant? Rabicant. Okay, I get it, I get it. What did I miss? We getting some Necromancer changes? No. What you missed so far was we watched an awesome video from RedbeardFlynn earlier. Gave us some good conversation discussion points. Then we hopped onto the dev server, took a look at some of the swimming updates. Still very much in progress, but we looked at some swimming updates and also talked a little bit about the upcoming wizard changes and took a look at a few of those things as well. And now we are to the meat and potatoes. The meat and potatoes, which is the start of our new Necromancer series. So just like we've been going through on the Rogue, organic gameplay on the Rogue, playing from level 1 and pushing it further, we're going to get a second class going now, the Necromancer class, and really give it a good go in an organic sense. So this is a solo group self-found playthrough. This is no handouts, no buffs that I wouldn't have access to normally from myself or a group. We're not done with the Rogue gameplay though. We're not done with the Rogue playthrough. I'm still pushing ahead on the Rogue. We'll be back on the Rogue on Wednesday because I do want to get to that 20 plus experience, but I really want to be able to take all of the classes as high as I can. And so we need to get another one moving. So we'll be back on Rogue Wednesday, but today I'm also going to be probably doing some offline pre-recorded content for the Necro playthrough, just to be able to kind of keep pushing it as I have time. So keep an eye out for that as well. But yeah, it's time. So we're on the Necromancer. We start with what? We start with induced nausea. Your target's stomach begins to sour, taking minor damage over time. So we've got a little readiness-based dot here. We've got life tap and crumbling bones. Crumbling bones, summon a skeletal servant to wait your bidding, requires a bone fragment. So we need to get one of those as soon as we can. And life tap, siphon the life essence of the target, dealing curse damage and restoring your health by 50%. Very cool. Let's go find a bone fragment as soon as we possibly can. That's the very first thing I want to focus on. I want to get this pet in action. We already start with bone fragments? I don't know, guys. That seems a little... No, I was a part of that decision. I was a part of that decision. Regainer. Induced nausea missed. Life tap did not. All right, class seems fine, guys. I think we can close the book. I think we're good. What more is there to see? Necro is already much stronger than people realize. Let's see. Let's see. That's kind of a crazy idea there, Waymock. Let Necros loot the corpses of their friends, and then they get a bone that summons a pet with that friend's name. Ooh, so I could have a pet named Convo. I like that idea. One sec, guys. I'll be back. Sorry about that. Looking forward to seeing you play the pet lottery when you get that sweet spot when the pet gets bash, but you don't get the right level of pet each time you summon it. We're gonna change that. We're gonna change that. We've already had that discussion, so we're gonna change that. Yep, we're changing it. I would rather higher level pets require more bone fragments to cast than do the lottery. I'm gonna tell you something, guys. So far, I know I'm only 3 kills in, but I'm liking it. It's bringing back memories. Necromancer core memories. Can we take something that's level 3? Does the level 1 pet always summon in at level 1? Is it possible to get a higher level pet at level 1? Sweet Christmas, slap me up and down. Here we go. What am I doing? That's the only thing I'll miss about it is, you know, being able to summon like really high level pets. But I think on the whole it's better to not have that. So let's try this. We're going to take on a level 3 just because, you know, this is probably really dumb. But we're going to push the limits here right out of the gate. There it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, Moonsy. Good to see you. Come on, another one. Yep. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There it is. The power of the Necromancer. Dude, man, I think it's most people's most hated part of the Necromancer. I believe it is. Magic page, yes. Oh, there definitely are. The Barrow Dark is a very important part of the Throne Fastion context, yes. Necro was your first class on Steam launch? Nice. Nice. I think we can keep going with our level 2 might be the sweet spot until we get our skills up a little bit more. Hold on, I'm gonna I like you guys being able to see what people are talking about. And then I'll move this stuff over. That's fine. So I guess the meta thing to do would be to transfer my rogue's rip smack over to my pet, right? That would be the true like I'm quitting my rogue, I'm going necro all the way. I'm quitting my rogue. I am necro all the way. Get that rip smack over here. That's not happening, by the way. No, sir. Using the new shared blank slot. Cinder Cleave, yeah, that'd be something else. How much can we chain pull this stuff? How long can we go? Level 4, nope. Not quite there. So one of the things I'm going to be paying close attention to is how much of a necromancer do I feel like I am? And I know that doesn't matter as much to some people, but to those people, I don't know that it matters whether it's there or not. Like, even if, you know, whether it was really robust or not at all, I think it really would matter either way. So to the people that it does matter to, I'm going to be paying close attention to that. I didn't... Okay. I didn't mean to attack that. See what happens. I think something like the Necro would benefit greatly if channeling was passive or mastery changed it to passive than two passive channels at the same time. If channeling was passive, I'm assuming you're talking about on the CC, Crippling Terror. So you could like channel that while you're doing something different. You think a dot would be better than a life tap at level 1? Really? I don't know. That life tap is like... Uh-oh, I think I'm being power leveled. Silent Cleric, thank you. But it's okay. It's okay to let me die. I shouldn't have attacked it. All right, let's sit down and rest up. You think the Necro's life tap's kind of meh? Well, tell me that again, visibility, once mastery's in. Once you decide, you know what, I really want to beef up my life tap. Tell me that again. What does the life tap scale with? There you go. Let's get that fire beetle. Let's get him. He's level 3. Blurfish, yes. Ding! Alright, I immediately want to know what we get next level. Or what we get right now. Okay. We don't get our first dot till now. So. Oop. Drain strength. Shielding. The stream is freezing now and then, really? I don't see any dropped frames. And I don't see any frame lag. Refreshing. Hey, Jesper, thank you so much. Really? Okay, hold on, guys. Let me troubleshoot this real quick. Bear with me. Is this any better? All right, is this any better now? Check 1, 2. Any better? Any better? Hello, hello. Any better? Okay. Man, I tell you, I am... Yeah. Okay. Hey, Remy, that's awesome to hear. Very good. Very good. Thank you for stopping by. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, if you're having issues with the stream, I'm still trying to figure out this whole... Anyway, this whole ecosystem here, so I apologize. We're going to get it. It's going to get better. But yeah, if the stream is lagging or if the audio seems like, you know, out of sync or whatever, just try refreshing the page and that should fix it. Okay, we've got Sicken. We've got our first bona fide dot. Let's try this out. Let's take on the level 4. Feeling a little spicy. Nice. Okay, both dots landed. That's a good start. Didn't have the cash for it, yeah. Not yet. I wanted to get it, I was eyeing it. But yeah, I didn't have the cash for it yet. Resist. There we go. Nice. Okay. For me, what I liked about the EQ Necro was that it was very much risk versus reward. A Necro could easily suicide as they cannibalized their own hit points for mana. It was a constant juggle of health and mana. The better the Necro gets, the more powerful they were. Okay. Now, Necro's one that I feel like I can speak to a little bit more, at least from the EQ side, because I've spent a lot of time on EQ Necros. So I'm just processing what you said. I'm just kind of thinking that through a little bit. The risk versus reward. What's interesting about the Pantheon Necro so far, which, you know, obviously I have a little bit of experience with and have designed the majority of this class. Both Fuso and I. There's a lot of skill expression here. And what I have seen and what I know Fuso himself has been capable of is some pretty crazy feats with the Necromancer, the way it is currently. But the question is, like with all the classes, does it feel good? Is it fun? Does it feel distinct? Does it feel like it has an identity that's palpable? The reason that the Necromancer was palpable, had a palpable identity in EQ, was right out of the gate, it hit you with some unique things. And one of those was life tap. It hit you with life tap. And one of the things that made EQ life tap special was the visual. The fact that it was rarely, if ever, I don't think it was ever resisted. And the little message that it gave you. I remember, and I was younger, my imagination was a little bit more, I don't know, pure and unbridled back then, but I remember that message meant a lot to me. It communicated a lot. Rabican beams a smile at a large stone snake. I feel much better now. This idea of like I am robbing you of your life essence and giving it to myself, and I'm beaming a smile at you. That kind of like unhinged, you know, crazy looking smile. Like you're just getting this joy out of sucking the life out of something. That was really cool. That was really cool. It instantly kind of locked me in with the identity of the Necro. It was things like where the Necro started, the fact that they had like a different looking robe than all the other casters. They had this film, this air about them of like, we don't want you around. But mechanically speaking, so you had life tap. Your first real dot in EQ was, if I remember correctly, was your Clinging Darkness at level 4, I believe. I think you got like a really really weak one before that, like noxious fumes or like disease cloud or something like that. Yeah, Reeve, that is 100% correct. The enchanter pet is correct. Let's take these down. I made a Necro and EQ from launch until Gates of War and was a bit disappointed with how this one is more of a lower class enchanter in groups. Hmm. They do need some better support stuff. We need to get the Siphon abilities working where you actually are able to give that to your group. That's going to be a big help for the class. Is TTK currently the biggest issue with dots feeling like good in groups? Because I'm going to be honest, like for whatever reason, I love overtime abilities. I love overtime healing, and I love overtime damage. I really enjoy those mechanics, but I hear a lot of people kind of a little cold on dots in Pantheon, and I'm just wondering how much of that is TTK. They do have the Lich line for mana regen. They do. It's not as potent as it was in EQ. Like, you don't lose as much health. It's a little handholdy. Because it has that fail safe in there where it won't let you tick over to death. That's the thing that I feel like I'm going to run into more than anything else with the Necro is that you're going to be trying to get all of your dots on there. Honestly, kind of the same thing I've run into with a Rogue a little bit, where you're doing this whole setup process, and the mob's half health sometimes before you even get to like actually engaging with it. So that's a big thing that we'll be addressing with some of the TTK updates. With the NPC stuff. NPC changes. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Right. You spend more time crowd controlling in groups. Dots though feel like they are underperforming. Well, I think we should solve for that, huh? Corruption. 5 out of 9. I need to get my corruption up. I need to get corruption up before I keep going for these higher level NPCs. Come on now. well, I mean, okay, so what was the Necromancer doing in groups in EQ? Like, if I was in a place like City of Mist or Lower Guck or places like that, you know, I was charming an undead and kind of keeping an undead charmed, and that was I mean, really, that was where my DPS was coming from. So I think too much of a it was weighted too heavily as far as my contribution to the group's DPS. I ended up not really liking that very much as the Necro, because I felt like all I was doing was like giving people mana and keeping some undead pet charmed for damage. I wasn't really using my dots, wasn't really using much else. I would much rather feel like my dots were, you know, ripping things up. What are these quick dots you speak of, Dazed? How did they work? Is the stream still solid, by the way? Okay. I'm gonna try something then. Okay. Keep an eye on it. Let me know if the stream starts getting funky. I'm trying to record this as well locally, in addition to the simulcast to Twitch and YouTube. So just want to keep an eye on how it's performing. So let me know if it gets weird. Ding! Do I have enough money to buy my shielding spell? Let's see. I sure hope so. It looks like I do. Frail shielding. Sicken. Drain strength. New bones. We're gonna save it for Curse of Pain for now. Guys, I'm excited about this class. I'm sorry. I just got a jolt of excitement. Excited. Synlytic, I am the editor. So yeah. We haven't yet hit the big time where we're sending footage off to an editor somewhere. The editor is myself. I did, though, figure out why my YouTube videos were looking so grainy. So that should be a heck of a lot better now. Are you getting lag? Okay. All right. Okay, fine. I think what's happening is I've got all three of my kids are home right now, and two of them are sick. They're all three home, and I think they're all three probably streaming some kind of something right now, whether it's a game or something on TV. So typically when I stream and record, I'm home alone. So we'll call this an unfortunate fluke for now. But anyway, I'm not going to try that anymore. I'm just going to... It is what it is. So if the stream's weird, you may need to refresh one more time, but that should be the last time. Because I'm just going to leave the recording off for the rest of it. There's that. Boom. Perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's smell like fish. Smell like fish. No, it's good. It's good. I want them to... They're not feeling well, so I want them to be able to chill. It's not like when we were growing up and all we could do is just stare at the ceiling or read a book. You know? It's Kikalik! What's up, Kikalik? Level 50 aura maxing right here. Come on now. Very cool. I need to run to the restroom again. I'm going to do that real quick. I will be back shortly. Chair's got you until I get back. Yep. See you guys in a sec. All right. We're back. Hey, before we keep going, just want to say real quick, a massive thank you to Theron Legion, Skeptic Co., Rourke, Sutarian, and Maligant for the subs. Guys, thank you so much. I'm sorry that I'm so late in saying thank you. Theron with the Prime, Skeptic with the Prime, and the 3 months of support. Rourke with the Prime and 12 months. Sutarian with the Prime and 8 months of support. And Maligant with the Prime sub. Really appreciate it, guys. Very, very much. All right. We continue. There's a nice little pocket right here. Oh. Remember, if I click off your buffs, it's not because I don't appreciate it. It's because I am doing this as organically as I can. Not that getting buffs from other players is not organic, it absolutely is, but I want to experience this class as if I were playing on a fresh server with kind of the most natural experience I can have on just what the class is capable of. That doesn't mean, you know, in groups are fine, grouping is good. Buffs within groups from group members is perfect. But yeah, just making it known so that there's no, like, misunderstanding. Oh, the pet's buff too? Whoop. Off. Well, I'm not going to worry about that too much right now since the pet's not really tanking for me. And I don't expect that to be the case for a little bit. Swift dots, we're at it around House of Thule. They're good for fights that last about 30 to 45 seconds and do not stack with other big dots. They would do about 80% of the damage of the longer duration stacking dots and cost the same amount of mana. They would only last for 2 ticks. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. One of the things, I want to be careful about giving too much feedback or giving too many opinions being this early in it, because I really do want to experience this and start developing thoughts naturally as I go along in conjunction with the feedback that you guys give. But I will say this. I do really want the dots for the Necromancer to feel unique from each other. For example, I really liked getting Splurt in EQ, the dot that did more damage over time. It would be really cool if one of these dots worked like that. But then another line was the exact opposite, where it did the majority of its damage in its first ticks and slowly ticked off or fell off damage-wise over time. And having those two dots in play could be interesting. And it could be that, you know, it means that you reserve the more Splurt-like dot for fights that you know are going to be longer, where it has time to really build and build and build. But then the other one is more of kind of maybe your initial go-to because it ticks really high and then kind of falls off. There's also just like tick count and tick duration and tick rate where, you know, some dots maybe only tick once every like 6 seconds, whereas some tick every 2. just to kind of help them feel a little different and kind of function and look a little bit different on the target. We need a 5th line. Should do the Nightbane robe quest. What gear am I going to chase? That is a good question. That is a very good question. The Nightbane robe, what level can you do that quest? Level 6? If you can do it at 6, then we're doing it at 6. You know? I know we need to get the our pet some weppies. Why do I keep saying seeing 6, 7? Are we in middle school? Come on now. I know. My oldest is sitting right outside in the other room. And I just all I heard was, I swear. It's my 15-year-old. V Captain Hook, not yet. We will put that on blast when the time comes, and we'll give plenty of heads up. Yeah. Let's check up here. I've been playing, you guys know I've been playing a little bit of Arc Raiders, and I keep having these moments where I like am instinctually wanting to turn on my flashlight. And then I remember. You know what, though? That'd be kind of cool as like a light source. Hold on now. But if it was more like an ability that certain class got, where you could kind of see in a cone ahead of you a little bit. Huh. Anyway. I'm sorry for that sound. I don't know what to say. You will be able to complete the Knight's Bane quest between 10 and 12. Okay. I just think it'd be cool if it, and I don't know, like even if it was a, you know, it didn't last long, kind of a thing. They gave you a nice kind of frontal cone of vision in a dark place. Could be kind of cool. I don't know. We definitely got some things to do related to light. We've got some plans. Level 5 drone. There we go. Dazed, yeah, we definitely could. You are still supposed to have lanterns. I mean, you can go back a long time. I don't even remember how long it's been now, but you can go back a really long time when I was first talking about lantern belts. And we've tried it a few times. And when we did the overhaul for the character models and the art style and all that, we just haven't gotten back around to creating and animating new lantern belts. So that they're actually visible. But I do still really like the idea. Getting a light source that doesn't go out is going to be a big part of the lighting progression in the game. Like basic torches and other things will have kind of a lifespan. And then, part of getting better lights is, stronger lights, cast, light further and things like that. Lights potentially that, help you see other things, like see invis or stealth NPCs or things like that eventually. But having light sources that don't go out is a big part of it. A big part of that progression. Depends on when your birthday is, typical Rick. Very much looking forward to the server merge. Happy to have more people to play with. However, I've noticed that about 4 guilds will be attempting to raid Tell Dangerous on the same days around the same times. Will the server merge include more shards for Stormona other than 0 or 1? Lethal, I honestly don't know the answer to that. That is a question for the tech team as far as what they're doing with shards. I can try to find that out for next stream. I don't know if you've asked it in, oh my goodness, in Discord yet, but that would be another option to ask. It's a good question, though. That definitely is going to be interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, like, remember, like, the burned out light stones in EQ. So you could get all these burned out light stones, but then whenever you got a light stone, it was just permanent. So it's kind of the inspiration of the idea is like, let's, if light stones can burn out, when we get things in the game like light stones and torches and various things, then they can burn out. They can eventually stop working. But then being able to, have these chase items for lights that don't go out, magical lights that actually are permanent. That's going to be a similar feeling, I hope anyway. The hope is that it would be similar to those moments when you get like a really cool upgraded bag. Has like really big capacity, really nice weight reduction. It's like, I'm going to have this bag for a long time. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely try to kind of poke on that a little bit and see if I can get some details. Christmas Day? I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. Corey, no, they don't. I'm not sure if we're going to do that. If we need, you know, the question actually came up. I totally forgot to answer this earlier when I was showing swimming. There were some people asking about swimming and the visibility in particular. If the visibility was always going to be like that. And the answer is no. Waymaking would be insanely hard underwater with that low of visibility. So expect better visibility in general underwater, and then expect to be able to improve that visibility further through abilities and items up to a point. But it's really important with underwater travel and waymaking that you can make out, you know, landmarks and various things reasonably, even if they're silhouetted, you know, even if you can't see detail. So, as far as underwater light in places where it gets really dark, you'll need to stay tuned on that one. But I would say, if I had to make an educated guess on where we'll end up on that, it's going to be somewhere in the realm of what you need to see underwater or cast light underwater is going to be different than on land. Unless you're talking about a light source that is magical in nature and therefore is capable of doing both, which I think is a compelling consideration for kind of a progression of light source. We're going to be level 4 here in only a matter of moments. No, I didn't mean cartography when I said waymaking there. I meant just truly just the basic waymaking of just kind of finding your way around. This could be interesting. And by interesting, I mean probably dead. Okay, that was a nice crit, but oh my sweet Christmas morning in the east as the sun sets. I don't know what I just said, but it, you know, there it is. Where am I running? Are there even things that will help me? Alright, I'm dead. I forgot Bone Spike was like... That's not even the worst part, Mana Brohan. The worst part was when I said, sweet Christmas morning as the sun sets. I don't know. I don't have an answer, guys. I don't know. I was scared. I was overwhelmed. I just spoke words. Pet, seriously. Bro. Bro. Alright. Whatever. Wilderness, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that big time. Big time. Big time. With a mile under the ocean being as bright as the day, let's hope a few things stay hidden in darkness, at least. Yes. Oh, yes. Do you guys think that my pet should have... That's right. Sweet Christmas morning in the east as the sun sets. Yeah. Let's see how many bone chips I can burn here. Okay. Level 4. That's what I like to hear, Dynamic Entry. That is what I like to hear. Everyone tell your friends, family to play Pantheon when walking past strangers in the street. Ask them to play Pantheon. Yes. Yes. You want to start a thug group, Let You Live? Tell you what. Let me hit level 4, and then you got yourself a deal. I'm going to lock in and hit level 4 real quick. It's going to be scary. I've got a level 4 pet. I'm resisting. Yeah, I'm getting resisted. We're cooking. Hey. Okay. I wanna look at this ability real quick. Actually, let's kill this first. That's level 5. Okay. Force. Puts the target in an exposed state for 30 seconds. The exposed state can be manipulated by other techniques to cause additional effects. Which I don't think we can really do anything with now. So, or yet, I should say. You got 3 people to play this week, Dynamic? Nice. Sick. Your biggest gripe with Necros? Yeah, so the pet strength, like the pet going up against a level 5 NPC. I mean, granted, the pet did miss about 45 times in a row, so you know there is that. But something I'll keep an eye on as we go along. Just remove that from the game at this point? What are you talking about? Oh, force? Oh. What? What am I saying? I don't know. I'm still in the east. I'm on shard 0. Ding! Level 4. We're cooking. Producing. Two silver, 91 copper, so we can go ahead and get Curse of Pain. Beautiful. Ooh, I really would like to get Drained Stamina. Alright. That's fine. Let's get our trait. Okay. Alex, yes, they will. Curse of Pain. All right. We're gonna see if we can make our way over to Evelia. Evelia. Oh, that's awesome, Dynamic. Definitely keep trying to come hang out. It's great having you here. And the same goes for all of you, by the way. All of you that are here. Ooh, what do we have here? Hey now. Oh. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. See, I get to enjoy finding things like that and being excited about it. You know? Oh. Okay. Okay. I totally just in my own little world here. Wait a sec. Oh, nope. Nope. Moliar, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm really glad I stopped for a split second to turn around. I'm really glad I did that. Loving the druid at the moment? Nice. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna tweak this run at some point down the road a little bit. It's a little silly. It's a little silly. Why am I trying to leave the cave? Well, there was people wanting to do a thug group, and I thought, you know, cool, we'll do it. We'll do it. Oh yeah, Dynamic. We've got some things planned for the whole stacking rules stuff when it comes to dot stacking and just stacking in general. Got some nice cleanup to do there. Need my loots. Seriously? I think we're okay. I did, however, become exhausted, which is perfect. Yo. Come on. Thank you. Whew. Let's go bind. All right, who all we got coming in here for thugs? We've got Let You Live. Who else? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? 49 warrior coming in to tank for thugs. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. You know what else we need to do, right? You know what else we need to do right now, Chad? Oh. I think you know. Orman Aldius. Greetings. Yes. Complete. Yes. Accept. Indeed. Accept. Quite. Indubitably. That is correct. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much. Okay. Nice. Things feel complete. Hello? Just lag. Just lag. What was the 2 damage, 3 damage? Okay. And beat something with a club. It's fine. Oh, wait. Where was... Invite Blythen. Indeed. Did I get my new pet spell? No, I did not. Of course not. Here we go, guys. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Got a summoner. Got a summoner for Thug Group. Nice. Got a level 4 pet. Nice. Beautiful. Let's see if we can get a tank. Yeah, I should have. If I could have afforded it, I would have gotten it. Like, and we're on Stormona, 0. Oh, as Let You Live already said, yes. Hey, Rapicant is still on his way. Nice. That's good. I'm glad. I am glad that they are doing well. Yeah, that's a sick name, Ronan. That is a sick pet name. You guys think we can handle the thugs, just the 3 of us? I think we'll be slaughtered, but we'll see. There's a thug right now. Typical Rick. Wait, what are you, Typical Rick? Oh. Yes. We've got from. Now we need two. To and from. I mean, let's try it and see. Let's try it and see. How do you guys want to do it? Do we want to go... do we want to try and wait for something that's blue, or do we want to try to go for something that... Alright, let's do it. So it begins. It's Rabicant! Got an ad. I'm gonna see if Rabicant wants to join us. Very unconventional group here, but I like it. Is Rabicant Bronson trolling you? Who knows? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think Bronson... Well, actually, I wouldn't say that. I was gonna say, I don't think Bronson is that clever, but he actually is. I could see Bronson doing something like that. But I don't think this is Bronson. Based on the way that Rabicant has carried himself thus far. Bronson would be much more, like, in your face about it. To me, anyway. It was a long fight, but we did it. We did it. Yeah, that's right. You'd be down to tank, but I have to make a new tune and figure out which server you're on. Well, we're on Stormona 0. I don't see any gathering nodes. Unfortunately. Yeah, what is our chase item going to be, guys? Is there anything that I can chase at low level? Yeah, the Mavens are going to be rough. I know the robe, but the robe, it sounds like it's still a ways away. Is there anything lower than that we could go after? It'd be nice when we can take down the Mavens, because I know that they can drop some good caster stuff. Right on, Midas. Oh man, there's 3 Mavens up. That would be sick if we could take them down. but that would be pretty rough. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Dude, yeah, we need dot stacking so bad. We need it so bad. You know? I say no just to troll you guys because I know you know. I know you've been saying that for a while. Oh, hello. Yes. Follow me. Hey, you know, we're getting it done. We are getting it done. Easy peasy. Get my 3 dots on there. Yeah, they got rid of Screaming Terror, didn't they? Pretty early? Did Screaming Terror even make it, like, out of beta? Can't remember. I know I had Screaming Terror on, like... when I made my Necro on Teal back at the beginning of that server. Screaming Terror was still in play. Yeah, Tumidar. Or Tumidin, I'm sorry. Yeah. Necro in a group. That's right. Level 2 Ogre Warrior. Doesn't work on mobs over 55? Okay. Gotcha. Alright, Maven. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, what's up, WoW? Good to see you. We just really started on the Necro. We are level 4. We spent a long time today doing some other things and discussions and checking out some stuff. Got started on the Necro run a little bit late, but we are rolling now. Rolling. Got a very unconventional group set up here, which is kind of fun. We do have a warrior coming. Hopefully we can get them caught up pretty quick. Necro's probably your favorite one to play, strangely enough. Nice. Good. Good, good, good. Nothing. Yeah, XR, I've heard as much before, and I'm just curious because I want to put my finger on it as well. Oh, whoops. What's up, Colonel Fouts? Don't have an ETA on stuck removal yet. Don't have an ETA on that. But I do know that return home items and things like that, we definitely want those to be a little bit more exciting and valuable and useful long term. So it will be leaving. I don't know when yet, though. It's a pain that people are using stuck like they are, as indiscriminately as they are, but it's also a pretty big CS help right now. So, we'll see it play by ear. We got 2 Mavens. Alex, yes, we will eventually, in exchange for something a little more permanent and less like console commandy. So it'll either be the kind of thing where everybody has some kind of a long cooldown return home function that's a little bit more managed and constrained. And then there's also the potential, like we've had in the past, of items in the game that allow you to return home, like the Golden Fife of Travel and things like that, that end up becoming really sought-after items. Yep. I've only played a little bit of Necro so far, but it seemed to me like their dot DPS was very low compared to how hard life tap hits. Fun playstyle early of triple dotting with readiness dot, sicken and snare dot, and sprint kiting along with pet damage, but it pales in comparison to just a wizard nuking. Then all of a sudden at 10, you get a new dot and upgraded sicken, and your dot damage literally doubles. Seems like it could be smoother scaling. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, like the OT hammer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, Zanzibar, I mean, that's a good point. I think smoothing that out is definitely something we want to accomplish, for sure, as we put the Necro through another pass. And that's all polish, you know, smoothing things out like that. Did Carpy ever make it to us? I don't know if he's made it here yet. Corruption, 12, man. Oh, you're good, Carpy. You're totally good. I just was making sure I didn't miss a message from you or something in case you were wondering where we were. 6 AC, 1 Wisdom cloth shirt. I mean, I should probably roll on that. Yeah, Father Doom. I agree with that. For sure. I played a lot of Necro and HC Ghosts. They get so strong mid-20s and up. Necro in a group with Enchanter and Mana Regen plus Self Mana Regen, Dot, and Spam Nukes was very viable, high damage for very good amount of chain pulls. I mean, if you want to make me excited about getting this class higher level, that's a great way to do it. Whoa, 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 whoa. We know. Whoa, whoa. Whoa. Gotta roll. No, there it is. 6-7. Come on now. How many? Are you guys trying to see how many times you can get me to say 6-7 on the stream? Is that what this is about? Sensing a pattern here. Oh, from one. From. Go in. Oh. What, guys, what am I doing? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. I was lost in thought. It was early Christmas morning in the east as the sun was setting. Yeah. Tanks here, yes! Hoorah! I was trying to give him the old one, yeah. Yeah, like a dingus. Strength and stamina. Got some lag going on. Laggy lag. Good old laggy lag. That's actually more lag than I've seen in a minute. This is what you're telling me about? Well, I don't like it. I don't like it. Does it last this long typically, though? Really? Okay. Good to know. Pretty consistent issue on Black Moon as well. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We might have some news here on the Necromancer. Let me pull this up real quick. Just as a little treat, because I'm on the Necromancer right now, and to help with the lag, that's just ridiculous. Here's a few little treats. Number one, this is in preparation for Wednesday, by the way. So these are changes coming in on Wednesday. Number one, Shroud of Undeath, mana per tick increased. Aura of Undeath added to vendors at level 42. Curse line stacking rules cleaned up. Blight disease dot upgrade added at level 50. Drain soul life tap upgrade added at level 46. Evaporate blood fire dot upgrade added at level 48. And there's more, but I'm not going to read the rest. So yeah, a few little necro goodies in there. Guys, this lag. What? Mezzing on Necro is super annoying. I don't think anyone notices the particle effect. We need a better particle effect. I agree. Of all the times that I've played on Stormona, on all the characters I've played, the Enchanter, the Summoner, the Rogue, there have been little moments of lag, but nothing like this. This is the first time I've personally felt and experienced this. And I'm not pleased. Not pleased. Right as our warrior gets here too, is about to get serious. Come on. I don't think so. I asked about, you guys have been mentioning the lag spike stuff, and even though I haven't experienced it myself, I did ask about it when we were having the discussion about the merges, and I asked, like, hey, so, you know, we're bringing more players on these servers with the lag spikes that we're seeing. Is there any concern about that? And I was assured that it doesn't have anything to do with the player population. It doesn't have anything to do with the amount of players or anything like that. It's a different issue. So. But I mean, that concern is a very legitimate one because I had the same one. Are we good now? Is it back? Hey, oh, did we lose somebody? No? Okay. No, it's definitely not back. Wow. Uh, huh. Hold on, let me see. Wow. Wow, it says I'm playing Pantheon on my Nokia N-Gage from the Arctic Circle, so this feels pretty normal to me. If that's the case, I'd say this is pretty astounding performance, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going down. I think it's gonna reboot. So we should be good here in a sec. We'll hang tight. We'll hang tight. One sec, guys. All right. What's up, Schwanye? Bro. Wait, are we fighting? Why are we engaging? Are you guys able to function better than I can? Oh, we're just doing like stop motion combat. I get it. Oh. Gotcha. All right, let me see. Hold on. Yep, the Super 10. This is exactly what I meant. It's nice when you can just quickly realize a vision, you know? We want TTK to be longer. Here it is. Here it is. Failed Steam login on the server. Ridamok, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Big time. Thank you for the support, even when we're having this going on. I appreciate it. Looks like we might be actually turning the server over. There we go. Perfect. Good. Oh, cool. Hey, Fran. Fram. Chris, I am not the person to answer that. I know that it's known. I know that the sense that I'm getting is that it's the issue's known, the cause is known, and it's I'm not sure when they're planning on addressing it. Steve from AOC. No, Steven's a good dude. He's got better things to do. Okay. Rabbit can, but Stormona can't. I gotta give you that one. Yeah, I'm sad about Ronan. He was poised to have an exceptional career. And what are you going to do? You know? I'm down to 10 bone chips. I'm tempted to just let Jitek carry us. All right. And just like that, we're back in business. Ronan died when we crashed. Poor Ronan. Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Yeah, no, you shouldn't lose your Necro Pet when summoning. It should persist. Ouch. We got a ding. Who dinged? Was it from? From. There we go. Got 3 though. Oh dear. I want the weapons for the pet to be more transient, more like I don't want them to be fire and forget. Because that is part of where the Necro power, I know, comes from right now, is the fact that you can give them any weapon in the game. And, I mean, guys, for those of you that have level 40 plus Necros, especially those of you that have the dropped Necro Pet and have experience putting things like Cinder Cleave and any of the Ash Breather weapons are, I mean, they're pretty good, yeah? The pets. Oh my sweet Christmas. Terror Skull. I mean, yeah. It's on the horizon, I guess you could say. That thug. That was pretty crazy. But we lost from. Oh, from. So at level 5, we get our trait up. What else do we get? It would be nice to get drained stamina. We get our new pet at level 6. Rack bones at level 6. That's going to be really nice. Crippling Terror at 7. Yeah, that's going to be good. And Monster Within. So, Monster Within, does that open the door for some fear kiting? Maybe, maybe? No, we don't have a snare yet. Well, no. We do. Curse of Pain. So, Curse of Pain, Monster Within. You get Curse of Pain. You get Induce Nausea. And then Sicken. While the thing's feared. Yeah? 5 seconds. 5 whole seconds. Wow. Talk about the faucet being turned all the way on. Might as well just rip the faucet out of the wall and let the water flow, you know? I guess what it could do... I guess instead of fear kiting, you're more like... sprint kiting. And then you can use... Monster Within if they get too close. The economic discrepancy. The most important thing right now, and kind of the impetus for the decision, is to get as many people able to be on the server together and play together as possible. The economic discrepancy is a legitimate concern, but not enough of a concern to keep us from doing it. How we will address that long term, I don't know, but I know the number one goal is to address the number one issue that we hear right now, which is like, I don't have anybody to play with. Oh my Christmas morning. Sweet, sweet candy canes. Yep. I wonder if the play, instead of RP pulling because of his level, because I feel like he's probably getting a lot more aggro. Osmo King. That's right. That's right. You just barely walk. You can barely walk. You are so afflicted. That's what I like to see. Oh my goodness, yes. That was a tiny, small thing, guys, but I loved that. I freaking loved that. Oh, he's already snared. Ooh. Nice. We still got one more? Somewhere? Maybe? Yep, Shadow Thug. Okay. Oh, yeah. She's feeling a little slow. Holford, I don't think we have anything like that currently. Now that you ask, I don't think there is a place to do that. Oh my goodness, the power. The raw power. Oh, shit. Nice. Somehow, guys. Somehow, we're making this work. I don't know if it's because of the level 10 shaman here. I don't know, but we're doing it. We're getting stuff done. Did Carpy... Oh, did Carpy rebind? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, he's a druid. Herode. Goodness. Oh, sorry, Carpy. It is a super extended stream day, yeah. How slow it is. Love it. So back to the question. Chase items. What am I going for, chat? Let's see. Dust spun pantaloons would be really cool. And the braided cloth belt. The stone weave set, maybe? The most thematically appropriate trade skills for a halfling druid. I feel like harvesting would be one. We got another ding. Was that Sam? Nice. It was somebody. But that's thematically appropriate, though. I mean, when I think of druid, I think, you know, plants, nature, things like that. So harvesting makes sense, but it really just depends on what you want to do. Sarbadar. Look at my level 1 pet, Sarbadar. Goodness. That'll do. We're down to 6 bone fragments. We must be careful. We must be careful. We can't afford to lose any more. When you're down to only 6 bone fragments, you must be careful. One cannot afford to lose any more.
The last thing you want is to run out of bone chips.
Sorry, just gonna wake everybody up while we're waiting for the next pool. Oh, SHK, that's great to hear. I'm glad. I'm in the midst right now of a battle over my bitrate issues. So I'm really glad to hear that the stream is coming through well. That is good to hear. Ding! The trait. Nice. Thoughts on levitation buffs? Will it complement the elevation environment or hurt it? Generally speaking, we are, should I say, aware of how powerful levitation can be, how I mean, levitation in EQ was pretty game-changing in terms of what you could accomplish with that. And So we're wary of that. Levitation as it exists in Pantheon, I could see, and I've always kind of leaned towards it being a shorter duration thing. Like not like a fire and forget thing, but places where you specifically need to be able to levitate to traverse certain areas. And, you know, that can come in the form of, you know, gliders are still the plan. Yes, gliders are still the plan. But the thing about gliders is that they're most likely only going to be usable outdoors. So we will have things like safe fall and feather fall and things like that to aid with interior traversal in places that you have, you know, a lot of drops and gaps and chasms and things like that. But oh, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, the answer was, if we have levitate, it will most likely be in the form of a shorter duration type thing. If we do it. Think something like, may or may not be a good analogy, I don't know, depending on your come from, but something like the hover boots in Ocarina of Time that you get in the Shadow Dungeon, where you walk off an edge and you can hover for some moments before you drop. It wouldn't be quite that short, but it would definitely be more of a more constrained period of time, more of a constrained window. Locust Swarm. What is that? Locust Swarm. Summon a swarm of locusts, putting the target into a disoriented state for 60 seconds. Hey! Bone fragments. I will pay you for these. Here we go. Let's do it. Would the levitate help with fall damage? It would be more of a true levitate. So we would still have things like safe fall. We would still have things like feather fall. We would still have abilities and items that could do that. But levitate, at least the way I'm envisioning it, is more of a straight, like, you literally levitate. Like, you don't fall, you don't drop. You just straight up hover. Hey. Dude, I get such a kick out of seeing high-level players. What does this oriented do? I'm pretty sure it empowers like things like mesmerize. Like if you mesmerize a target while they're disoriented, I think it lasts longer. Oh, typical rig, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I agree. Yes, thank you, Albatross. Let's see. Confused and unaware. struggle with climbing without having my A keybind. What do you mean? Why would you say such a thing? Yeah, it is keybound to A. But what does A typically do for you that would make you say that? I'm curious. Unless Timidin, unless you have not heard me explain my key bindings. Because I can still move left and right, and forward and back. I am what they call, yes, Mithrandir is correct. I am an ESDFer. I am an abomination. Don't look at me. Yes. Reeve, yeah, 100%. Yes, we, the ESDF brethren, the brothers and sisters, we stand together as one, united. United in our common goal of superior mobility. I did play Doom back in the day, oh yeah. But I didn't switch to ESDF until WoW. And later into WoW. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I was just playing. I think there was a point when I talked about it at one point, kind of made a big deal about it. It was a while ago. I don't even remember who originally told me about it. I think it was one of my friends that I was playing with that just one day was like, yeah, I moved over to ESDF so I could have more keys to the left. I was like, what? That's weird. And they were like, no, really, it actually makes a big difference. So I tried it and I was like, whoa. Whoa now. Carpe level 3. Rats. Why not TFGH? Well, that's just a little bit too much. That's just a little too much. You know? Because you still want to be able to reach shift and caps locks and tab and all that stuff. It's kind of like as far as you can move unless you just have enormous hands, which I don't, but it's about as far as you can move and still comfortably reach your control and shift and tab and all that. But it's good. It's good. I recommend it. It's never too late It's never too late. Oh my. Do I have enough money to do things? Keeps your hand on home row. Yeah. Yeah, feeling that little notch right under the index finger on F is nice. We got resists. Come on now. Don't need no resistance. See, chat, look at this right here. Look at this. I can't see a friggin' thing going on right here. These nameplates. Like it took me like probably 2, almost 3 seconds to just locate my pet in all this to make sure that my pet was still there. No bueno. No bueno. It's a combination of a lot of different things, actually. Ah, that's so nice. Watch this. Wait. Watch the transformation. Hold on, I gotta focus. We're getting hurt. Well, hold on. Hold on. Like, even if I could just set it up where I could... all I saw was my offensive target's nameplate, you know? And I could choose to, like, say, I don't want to see any other nameplates. Just show me my offensive target's nameplate. That would be so nice. That would be so clean. Cryon, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. No, I'm I'm saying that because we've already had these discussions. And look at that. Ooh. I get so excited. It just, come on. Grassweave gloves. I don't know if those are any good or not. Boop. Hey. Looking a little more castery. Guys, what I wish... This is something else I need to let the devs know, right? What I wish is that I had a gray robe. You know what I mean? I want necromancers to have gray robes when they start out. I want wizards to have like purple robes or yellow robes or something like that. I want enchanters maybe to have purple robes, summoners to have blue robes. Like, you know what I mean? That would be awesome. That'd be awesome. Wait, what? Gloves. What happened? No pink robes? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, you can have the gloves. You can have the gloves, Ravigan. That's fine. I got a cracked staff. Oh, hello there. Ooh. Yeah, Reeve. You're not wrong. Oh yeah, I'll let you live. What changed your mind on fractional skill ups? Yep, being able to appreciate that progress. I gotcha. I gotcha. The ladder drew the ladder to the druid trainer in Wild's End keeps launching you into orbit, Dingus. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. SH, we definitely are. We definitely are. We're definitely going to look into that. We need a lot more controls over the visibility, the opacity, the density of the visual effects and stuff. For sure. Let's see. Oh, we got a few. Where's Dangle Wangle? That's a great question. I don't know where Dangle Wangle is. He's probably aura farming in front of Halnir Cave, if I had to guess. If I had to make a guess right now, that's what I would say. Well, yeah, and skill progression is something that will almost certainly be slowing down a little bit. So I think the fractional messages are going to be even more important at that point. Where's smell like fish? Another great question that I wish I knew the answer to. As far as we know, Dangle Wangle and smell like fish are together somewhere. They could literally be the same person for all we know. For all we know. Yeah. They could be. That's real talk right there. That is very real. Guys, I don't want to go. I need to go though. I have a meeting that's coming up, and I have spoiled myself by playing Pantheon way longer than I intended. Oh my goodness. But you know who I'm about to meet with? David Schlau. Ronick himself. To talk some quests. So, as I'm saying I need to go here and kind of transitioning, getting ready to leave, let me say a few things. Yes, his hair is so glorious. I don't know how. I don't know. I'm choosing not to get jealous. The man has some good hair. That is for sure. You just started Necro 2, Eric? Nice. Good. Good. Oh, yeah. Couple things. Number one. I said it at the top of the stream. I want to say it again. We're going to be back on the Rogue on Wednesday, okay? We're going to continue Dagga's journey. Our goal is to get up into the 20s so we can, start tasting some gameplay around that level. But I want to push more classes up and go through the process of playing more classes to get a really good feel for them. I'm already starting to feel some things on the Necro that are really important to feel. And so therefore this is really good. And being able to do it with you guys, have that feedback, that back and forth is really, really helpful. To that end, I will be doing as much playing of these characters on stream as I can. I am going to be devoting some time off stream to playing them as well. And my plan is to record that and keep that coming up on YouTube. Because my guess is that, obviously I'm going to be sitting here talking to myself while I'm playing. I'm also going to be, reaching out to you guys, probably asking on Discord for groups and trying to, make sure we can keep putting groups together. But in order to keep these characters leveling up and moving forward, I think it's going to be good to do a little bit of that. So I'll pre-record that. We'll keep those uploaded, and that way, even though I won't be live streaming it, you'll still be able to kind of follow the progress, and it'll all be documented, and it'll give us stuff to talk about the next stream as well. So that's that. And I'm going to do my best. Also, last thing is there's been some question about like the Twitch VODs and why those are sub only. I clarified this in Discord earlier, but I'm going to do it again just to be really clear. I made the Twitch VODs sub only. If you're subbed to me on Twitch, obviously you can watch them as freely as you want, but the main reason was to encourage people to watch the VODs on YouTube because the quality, the bit rate, the resolution, all that stuff, and they don't go away. Twitch VODs only last for so long, and then they go away no matter what I do. There's no option to change that. It just is what it is. So YouTube is definitely, if you're wanting to catch the streams after the fact, watch them on YouTube. I'm going to try to keep doing an edited down version of the streams for YouTube as well. So this is going to be like a 5.5 hour VOD. It'd be much better if it was, 30 minutes to an hour. So you can watch for those as well. But, and guys, it sounds really dumb for me to say it. It feels weird to say it. I shouldn't say it sounds dumb, but it feels very weird to say it. But when you do watch them on YouTube, like the video, subscribe to the channel. That's what YouTube uses, that information, likes, subscribes, comments. They use that information to decide, as far as what I'm understanding, it's kind of like, this is how they decide if a video is worthy to put in front of more people. Which obviously is good for the channel, but it's also good for Pantheon to get it in front of new eyes. Those are new potential fans, new potential players. So that's a great thing that you can do on any of the YouTube stuff. And I think that's everything. I think that's everything. So, Rare Acom, is this game good? I think it's awesome. And I think it's only going to get better and better and better. So, yes. Yes, I do. I think it is great. I am very excited about where this game's going. Very excited. All right. I got to go talk to David the Hair Schlau. I'll be excited to be back with you guys on Wednesday. Thank you for an amazing stream. Thanks for being here with me. And until I see you again, that is a wrap. Farewell, my friends. Onward and upward we